To those of you tuning in, our KC Premium members, howdy, and welcome back to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. It is main event time on Championship Sunday here for the fall finale, live from SpeedSportz Racing Park. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth is the one and only Emery Lida. Emery, an action-packed day of racing, and we are about to go green here with the 206 Cadets, presented by Kept Clothing.
Yeah, certainly. It's been very action-packed. We've seen a lot of battles going on in all of the classes here. 206 Cadets been one of the more entertaining ones all season long, and especially today we've got Tanner Barsh and Emerson Lane have been really good, as has Ashton Wyatt. Like, all of these guys really showing out and showing well so far this season. But Tanner Barsh looks to be the one to beat this weekend in the 206 Cadet category. 3 times the distance, though, this race, 15 minutes. The last heat race was only 5, so it's a big change, a lot going on. A lot of things involved here in this race. We saw a great battle to the line last time between Barsh and Wyatt, so looking forward to this one. Should be a fun race.
Yeah, it should definitely be a fun race. I mean, we've seen, like you said, some of the guys doing double duty, such as Tanner Barsh, Tanner Barsh, Ashton Wyatt, and I think that's actually it for the guy. Oh, Dutch Westbrook as well. Emerson Lane is doing double duty, correct. Yes. So we're getting set to go green here. Tanner Barsh on the inside, Emerson Lane on the outside, starting at on the second row. Ashton Wyatt there have been super quick in both classes. We saw him come to life in the microsift class earlier today, and we're going to see him go again in the microsift class later today, as you see him giving the little wave to the camera, we can call it, and telling everybody else to slow down as we get set to go green here. This reminds me of the 206 senior heat races. They were going super slow as well through this section as we are getting set to go green here. The first main event of the day. It's going to be 206 Cadet. The green flag is out. Let's go racing here. Tanner Barsh with a great start. So is Ashton Wyatt, already up in a second. And through goes Kadra Moonbrand, falls back a little bit. And Ashton Wyatt side-by-side action there with another driver. And one driver drops the tire further back. It's going to be Tanner Barsh in the lead. Ashton Wyatt in second, and Emerson Lane up in a P3.
Yeah, good start there for Tanner Barsh. Ashton Wyatt, though, working his way to second. We've seen all weekend the outside on the starts just does not get going like it should. And so as such, you're seeing really the impact of that. Ashton Wyatt now has full jurisdiction to just push along, and you can see in third place now Emerson Lane is slotted in just nicely. You know, it's a good start for him. Lost one spot, but as long as he can stay in touch with these front two, he should have a shot over the course of the race.
Yeah, of course, Kadra Moonbrand has been quick all season long as well, and not the best start for him as he looks for a little bit of a recovery drive on his end, as now Ashton Wyatt looking for a move here on Tanner Barsh, not close enough to get it done. Ashton Wyatt content to keep pushing here, a little bit wide there out of that last section. It seems like he has a good exit here onto the main straight. Ashton Wyatt, all the tracking that he's gotten all weekend has really helped him out so much, because you see how comfortable he is and how consistent he is with the amount of laps that he's run already this weekend. 30 minutes of main event racing for Ashton Wyatt this weekend has now a little bit of an over-under move. Can't get it done. Can you do it into this little short shoot onto the kink on the left? Not close enough, Ashton Wyatt. He may decide to go here down the inside. Not close enough once again. And it's still Tanner Barsh in the lead.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh still continuing to stay up front. We've seen in these both these guys, Ashton Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, have been running both classes all season long. In 206, Barsh seems to have the little bit of the upper hand here. In microswim, it was throwing Ashton Wyatt, who came out really strong against Colin Schierenberg last time out. So I think it's interesting to see the two discrepancies between the two classes, but both of them have a lot of laps on this track this weekend, and they look so smooth, so consistent. How about Emerson Lane, too? I mean, he's in 30s, kept track of them. He's lacked a little bit of pace over throughout the heats, but so far, so good for the number 250 machine.
Yeah, of course. He's been super consistent here for the 250 of Emerson Lane, dropping a spot to Ashton Wyatt on the start, but still not that far off from the lead battle, as now Ashton Wyatt looking for a move down the inside, thought about it, thinks better of it, and the fastest lap now. Ooh, Ashton Wyatt down the inside on Tanner Barsh, the first change of the lead we've seen all day. Not all day here in this main event for Ashton Wyatt and Tanner Barsh. Tanner Barsh down in a second, and Ashton Wyatt is going to lead us away here.
Yeah, Ashton Wyatt doing what he did in the first heat. That's waiting a couple laps and then go to the inside on Tanner Barsh. Good move from the young Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Briggs 206 Cadet driver. He gets the lead. Barsh pushing him along. How about Braden Westfall, though, has joined the party in fourth. He's right behind Emerson Lane now. With a little bit more pressure, a little bit more time, he could be able to get all the way up to the front two.
This is a really long race for these young guns here, as Braden Westfall last time by, with a 102.907 for him. Fastest man on track currently, and closing down that gap to Emerson Lane, who currently sits in third. A good start by Braden Westfall, up another spot. Theodore Mitchell up 6 spots from where he started. A great race for the MSL racing driver here. So Theodore Mitchell up in a 6th already. Speaking to his team owner of Massimo Maximo Sanchez-Lara yesterday. He was telling him that Theodore is super quick, but he just said lines is the only thing that he has to work on. Is now another move down the inside by Braden Westfall, and he's going to make an overtake there on Emerson Lane to move Braden Westfall, who has been super quick here already, who went purple again the last time by. So Braden Westfall with a handful of speed under that cart he has.
Yeah, Braden Westfall looking really good so far. He gets himself up into third. Now Barsh and Wyatt pushing together. We'll see how their laps compare this time around. Again, Wyatt last time a 102.6, 102.1 last time through for Braden Westfall. So Westfall is absolutely flying here. And, I mean, we've seen this with this weekend. Westfall's looked really quick at certain points. Not quite as consistent as the front two, but he seems to be closing really well here in the early parts of this final.
Yeah, for sure. As now Tanner Barsh closing down that gap to Aston Wyatt towards the end of the straight. You know the draft has a lot of effect here down the back straightaway, and you see him begin to close down that gap. Tanner Barsh is going to be patient here. I mean, they've most likely seen the other 206 races, and they know pushing is a little bit quicker than, I guess, overtaking every single lap. So you see Tanner Barsh content to stay behind Aston Wyatt, but I know he's not going to be content there at the end of the race.
Yeah, it's interesting because the more they push, the better it helps both of them. And so if you're in second, if you're in Tanner Barsh, you kind of have to put your ego aside a little bit and just continue to work. And that's kind of the whole pit of 206 racing. When we talked about it in the senior race, it's kind of abnormal to have these, like, every lap just fighting lap after lap after lap because it just hurts their momentum. And 206 racing is such a momentum-dependent form of racing that you kind of have to just work with each other. And I think that in cadet, especially when there's only 4 carts up at the front, understanding who to work with and when to make your move is so important. I think we're seeing it right now with Tanner Barsh, knowing that the only way that he's going to really keep this a 2-horse race is by pushing Ashton Wyatt and hoping they can continue to pull away a little bit.
And another big mover, Theodore Mitchell, up to P5 now. The MSO Racing driver up another spot, being able to overtake Cadro Milbrandt for the P5 spot. On your screen, it's still Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, who have been super quick all weekend long, and they've been pretty much the class of the field here as they continue to do so. But Braden Westfall not too far back as he continues to set in really good lap times. Last time by, he was a 10th quicker than our 2 leaders.
Yeah, if he gets within another 10th or so, he's going to start to catch the draft from the 2 in front of him, and then it's a lot easier to catch up to them once you hit that point. So Braden Westfall just needs to keep his head down. He's a little bit wide coming through turn number 4 there. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. But if he can just get a couple more tenths there, he can get in the draft, and then he'll be in business when it comes to running down these 2 leaders.
6 minutes down and 9 to go. I cannot do math in my head. 9 minutes to go here. I'm sorry. We're 6 minutes down, 12 minutes to go, and it's still Aston Wyatt who begins to open up that gap little by little here, and Braden Westfall closes down the gap to Tanner Barsh ahead.
15-minute final, so it is 9 minutes to go.
9 minutes to go, yeah. You're much better at math than I am, so yeah, 9 minutes.
Plus 2 laps. So
plus 2 laps.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I think that's close to 12. But anyways, though, Aston Wyatt continues to lead the race. I mean, they're running about a tenth or so slower than what Braden Westfall is, which Westfall really hauling the mail into turn 2 there. He sends it. That's going to get him, again, he maybe overdrives it a little bit, but he's just carrying so much entry speed that it's kind of pulling him along just enough to where he's almost in that drafting range. Like, I feel like one more lap and he's going to get close enough to get the draft and really start pulling up, and we'll see a really fast lap from him.
Yeah, of course, that gap from Braden Westfall to Tanner Barsh last time by was at half a second.
No.
As now, I think that's Emerson Lane able to get around Braden Westfall. I think you saw that much better than I did, Emery. What happened there?
Yeah, it looks like he, again, just carried a little bit too much speed into the entry, carried it out wide, got into the marbles, and Lane was able to cut underneath him and get the spot. And I think it cost both of them a bit of time, but especially Westfall. And now Lane's going to have to be the one leading, which, to be honest with you, this weekend has not been a strength for Emerson Lane. He's kind of struggled being that lead cart. So this might be a race-changing mistake there by Braden Westfall in both his race as well as the front 2, not having to worry about the next 2.
And I think Westfall's camera was what I saw flying down the back straightaway has come off his GoPro mount. So he's going to lose, I guess, a quite pricey camera there. So unfortunate for Braden Westfall on that aspect. But it's still Aston Wyatt. Last time by for both of them, 0.02 of a second separates their lap times. Tanner Barsh was a little bit quicker. Oh, and around goes Braden Westfall. Not what he would have wanted here early in this race. There's enough time to work his way right back up to P3. But he has to really set in those lap times and stay confident. It looks like he just had a little bit of a half spin there. So unfortunate for him. That's going to put him out of contention here for the race win. And ultimately, that's going to leave Emerson Lane all by himself with no push. So that's pretty much going to, I guess, put him out of contention as well, forbidding that anything happens to our top two. Tanner Barsh still content to push here with Aston Wyatt, not going for any sort of move, not risking anything. Tanner Barsh, super relaxed, and he seems to come alive here when he's behind Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, sure. I think he also is just content to push. He knows not a lot of pressure from behind. At this point, I think Brendan Westphal just kind of overdrove his boundaries just a little bit there in 2 consecutive laps. That's unfortunate. I mean, he'll learn. He was so quick all weekend long, and I think he can still recover to get a good 4th-place finish. But it's just, you hate to see that because he showed so much pace this weekend. He showed so much pace in the final, and now to have it come undone just 7 minutes from the end is kind of tough. But in the meantime, this battle for the lead should be shaping up. I mean, they're dropping Emerson Lane now by over half a second a lap. So I think Westphal being up there was the one thing that was kind of keeping Lane in tow, and now it's kind of shifted back towards the front two.
Yeah, back to the battle for the lead here. They are content to stay as is. Tanner Barsh, last time by, 102.182 for him, and Aston Wyatt, 102.179. Hundreds of seconds is what separates the lap times in between our top 2 drivers, and they continue to do so, continue to be consistent with their lap times. And I think the biggest thing is, seeing drivers at such a young age being able to be as consistent as Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh is in classes such as 206, and then the fact that they can transfer that over to the Microsoft class as well. I mean, that's something amazing to see.
Well, it's also going to help them so much as they get older. Like when you run those 2 classes at the beginning, you're having to get used to different braking points, slightly different lines, different racing styles between the 2 classes. And I think like you get in these other classes. I talked to some people that are running X30 and KA at different classes, or even Briggs and KA, and you see such a difference between how you have to race the 2 of them. And some guys just struggle with that transition. So the more you can get guys into 2 classes early on, obviously the budget's part of it, but Briggs is so affordable for certain people, and then obviously the ability to just kind of get double the track time. Like there's so many benefits to running the 2 classes. I think both of these kids are a good example. I mean, Tanner Barsh, the improvements he's made all the way throughout the year. We first really saw it, I think, at NTK, and then the same thing with Aston Wyatt. Like we've seen him a lot on the national scene get better and better and better, and like that's in part due to them running these 2 classes, having the chance every weekend to go at it with each other, and just basically having bunches of test sessions and race test sessions is so important. And I'm impressed with both of them. I'm really impressed with how Aston Wyatt's been able to kind of develop over the course of the year and be so good at leading. I'm impressed by Tanner Barsh and his patience right now, because it'd be so easy to just throw it down the inside and kind of risk throwing your race away. But instead, he's just staying right there in the tire tracks. He's pushing. He's not pushing dangerously. He's not pushing him too far into the corners, but just enough to give him the benefit without putting their lead at risk.
Yeah, of course, knowing when to make the right move is super important when it comes to Briggs 206 Racing. And Tanner Barsh has done exactly that, being patient. He knows that Aston Wyatt and him are both quick. They're still setting identical lap times. 1,000th of a second separated Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh when it came to lap times last time by for them. So, I mean, Tanner Barsh knows that they are quick and they're going to continue to be quick. So working together is going to be important for them. And he knows it's going to be crunch time when the 2.6 go in the air, and he knows he's going to have to make the move at some point. But in regards to Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, I mean, the fitness that you need to have to do 30 minutes of heat racing is super important. I mean, of main event racing. It's going to be 2 races. It's 2, I guess, completely different engine packages, but I mean the fitness that you need to have to do both for 30 minutes is absolutely insane to me, and the fact that they can do it at such a young age is definitely something to see.
You also have to remember too that you really don't get a chance to simulate anywhere near this much track time during the whole weekend. Like, I mean, they're going basically from one class to another. They have 4 sessions or 3 sessions in between the 2 classes, and like all weekend they've been running 5, 7, 8-minute sessions, and then suddenly you get thrown in the main event. You're putting almost 30 laps on the board, and it's a lot on a young driver. It's a lot on any driver, period. And I think that they're doing a really nice job of managing it. We'll see how it affects them in the Microsoft class later, but I mean, these 2 kids, you can't say enough about just how consistent they've been and how good they've been at just managing their own races. They haven't made any mistakes this weekend or this year as a whole, and it's going to pay off for them here in just a few laps.
Yeah, and another one of those young drivers that is actually doing double duty as well this weekend is Dutch Westbrook. We saw him yesterday have a great drive in the Microsoft class, and he was able to work his way up the field in the rain. And, I mean, they see mixed conditions, right? I mean, when they ran 206, junior, it wasn't as wet, and they go on the microswitch class and they have to change their driving style compared to what they thought they were going to run, right? So you run one dry race, and then they go back later in the day and do an entire different race with an entire different setup than what they're, I guess, used to running for the entire day.
Yeah, so first off, one of the things I found really interesting when we were talking about kind of setup stuff, and I think it's interesting the different teams have different thoughts on what setups and how much you would change. And I think Ashton Wyatt would be one that maybe didn't have quite as big of a setup change, but still, like, the mindset adjustment you have to make with it. Like, you're talking about running so many different laps, and then suddenly, bam, it's just all changed. You have to run different wet lines. You have to run different sorts of racecraft. Like, there's all sorts of things that change in the rain. Your kind of aggressiveness in each corner, like, it's more beneficial to almost sacrifice the entry level to get more exit. And I think that sort of approach change is something that's so important to see in rain racing. I can remember my first rain race when I was running cadet, and just how much of an adjustment it was for me, and how much I had to really kind of get used to, like, going from full dry, like full sin, to suddenly in the rain. Like, everyone says, oh, like, just keep it on the track and you'll get a top 10. But really, it's about trying to maximize how quick can you go without taking too many risks. And that's what really, I think, getting this head start with this, getting to run multiple classes in the rain, multiple classes in general, it helps so much for them. And I'm excited to see what Ashton Wyatt and Tanner Barsh do in the future, because they both clearly have good heads on their shoulders. And I think the immediate future is about to be a fun battle here in the next couple of laps. But I think both of them have a really good platform to start next year on.
Yeah, of course, this time by, it's going to be 3 laps to go, as it's about to be crunch time here, as our time will run out the next time they cross the finish line here. 3 laps to go this time by for Ashton Wyatt and Tanner Barsh. Tanner Barsh still content to push Ashton Wyatt forward. Let's check in on some of the battles further back. Braden Westfall is still in P4, up another spot. Drew Blem in P5. Theodore Mitchell in P6. Cadro Milbrandt down into P7. Not the race that he would have wanted. Dutch Westbrook holds strong here in 8th, setting some personal best lap times for him. Caden Lehas stays in 9th. Will Stevens in 10th. And Benton Hale still in 11th. Good to see this many young drivers out here today, still deciding to run pretty much deciding to run at the regional level against some good competition like Ashton Wyatt. I mean, a national level micro Swift driver. So good to see them. And Emery, I have a little bit of, I guess, a story for you. I've never actually ran with rain tires. I've only ran in the rain with slick tires. So for me, I really don't know what it's like. I mean, some of these young drivers are way better than I am and are more experienced than I am, because I've only driven in the rain with slicks, and it's a whole different story that I guess relates to absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, though, it's impressive to be able to drive right into the slicks. I think you gain that experience regardless, but we're down to 2 to go, Caleb. There's a race going on. We got Ashton Wyatt, Tanner Barsh. We'll see what happens here. So far, not any defending for Ashton Wyatt, but Tanner Barsh maybe a little bit too far back right now to make a move. We'll see. I've already been proven wrong by these guys once today, so Barsh going to go to the outside. Now Wyatt goes defensive, and now I think we're going to see the battle commence over the next few corners.
Yeah, the battle has definitely ramped up here. The 2-6 were in the air. And now Tanner Barsh looking to make his move. He has been content following behind Ashton Wyatt. The last time by for Tanner Barsh was a 102 flat for him, and Ashton Wyatt 1/100th of a second slower than that. So these guys are still very, very even when it comes to lap times. And Tanner Barsh now, he's had the chance to sit behind him, and now we are getting set to go to the white flag here, Emery.
Yeah, real quickly, I saw Braden Westfall get by Emerson Lane. That's for 3rd. That's going on in the background. But the big story here, the battle between the two protagonists this weekend has been Ashton Wyatt versus Emerson Lane, or Tanner Barsh. Every single session, we've seen them go back and forth. Tanner Barsh has had the upper hand here in this class for the most part, but now it's Ashton Wyatt with control coming down into turn number 4. We see a little bit defensive driving again. Barsh doesn't get quite as good of an exit out of center off, as we have a yellow flag out there. I think that might be...
There's a contact further back. Not too sure who that is. I think that may have been Emerson Lane making contact with Braden Westfall, and that's going to be Emerson Lane dropping 3 spots further back in the field. But as it stands here, it's side-by-side action for the lead here. Tanner Barsh and Ashton Wyatt. Tanner Barsh over on the outside here. Ashton Wyatt's going to go down to the inside and try and defend from Tanner Barsh here. Looks over his shoulder, knows he's still there. Tanner Barsh going to try and set up the over-under move. Not close enough here. Is he going to be able to get it? Still on the outside, not close enough. Ashton Wyatt still in the lead here. It's going to be a drag race to the finish line. Tanner Barsh is still very much in contention here. A drag race to the finish line. Who is it going to be? They are side by side.
Oh, I don't know if I like that one.
And Ashton Wyatt takes the win here. We'll see after the race, but Aston White will take the win here. Tanner Barsh in second. Emerson Lane is going to finish third. With Braden Westfall, is going to finish third. Drew Blem in fourth. Emerson Lane in fifth. And Emerson Lane in sixth, So Theodore Mitchell fifth. Emerson Lane sixth. We're going to wait for seventh and back to come across the finish line here shortly. And I think it's going to be Will Stevens. Will Stevens across 7th. Cadro Milbrand 8th. Caden Lehans in 9th. Dutch Westbrook comes across to finish 10th. And Benson Hale is going to finish 11th. An action-packed 206 cadet race presented by Kept Clothing. When we come back, we're going to go racing with KA100 Masters. Don't go anywhere.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Welcome back here to the Texas Sprint Racing Series season finale. We're into the main events now. It's the KA100 Master category, sponsored by Kart Racing Solution here, getting set to go for their main event. 15 minutes plus 2 laps of distance. It's been Billy Musgrave all weekend, really dominant in this class on board his factory kart drive here. He's going to fist bump to Miguel Muir, the guy racing for a championship with the guy right behind him, and Morgan LeBaron. So it's really been Musgrave and Muir at the front of the field, Caleb, as we get set to go for another main event. What are you looking for in this one?
Yeah, I definitely want to see what Miguel Muir has for Billy Musgrave. Billy Musgrave has been the class of the field, but Miguel Muir has definitely kept him honest here in this race as well. I think Morgan LeBaron may have figured something out recently, and you see a little bit of a bumping there as everybody gets connected as we're going to get set to go green here. Billy Musgrave and Miguel Muir into the tram lines. We get the green flag. Let's go racing in KA Masters. It's Billy Musgrave still in the lead from Miguel Muir. Morgan LeBaron going to give a little bit of a push there. Over under move for Miguel Muir. Not close enough to get it done on Billy Musgrave. And we have a couple of drivers further back. I think that's Faulkner, who's off the racetrack, as well as another one of the high five drivers. Not too sure who that is. But further up in the field, we're going to go back to the battle here. That's Morgan LeBaron falling under fire from one of the LN kart drivers. Scott Cherry in there as well, and Kyle Uchinsky giving a little push there to Morgan LeBaron here, Emery.
Yeah, it's getting chaotic here. LeBaron's under fire. It looked like he had a good start, but then got pushed wide. Went through the fast couple of corners there. Now you can see a big group of karts from about 5th on back all the way down into the outside of the top 15 there. right in a line. And you can see that's allowed the top 4 to get away all the way back down through the field, waiting to see now who leads the race. It is Billy Musgrave at the front of the field. You can see Miguel Mir in second. You've got back there Vincent Cossard in third position. So a nice start for the front 2. Continue to lead the race ahead of Cossard, talking about almost a second gap between the top 2 and Cossard in third. LeBaron's rebounded to be in fourth, and Andy Miller rounds out your top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of an adjustment up to the front with Billy Musgrave and Miguel Mir, as Miguel Mir is still on the rear bumper here of Billy Musgrave, and Vincent Cossard in third. Going to be content with that here at the moment. Talked to him. He said he wasn't happy with third. He wanted more. He wanted to work his way up to the front of the field and challenge for the lead. And I think third's a really good spot, considering that he has Morgan LeBaron still behind him. And Miguel Mir, what does he have for Billy Musgrave, the factory kart man, who has had all the answers for Miguel Mir here this weekend? We saw Miguel Mir challenge in the third heat race, and now we have it here once again as Billy Musgrave still stays ahead, but Miguel Mir keeping him honest.
Yeah, that power Mir has down the back straightaway, the draft and probably a lower gear playing to his advantage here. As you can see down the front straightaway they go. Again, another fast lap from both of those guys. They're pulling away at a rate of about 2 to 3 tenths a lap from the rest of the field. So get another 2-horse race. You got Andy Miller and Morgan LeBaron. We saw this a couple of times so far this season, the 2 of them battling. So I see them continue to reserve their battles, even if it's their 4th and 5th this time.
Yeah, great drive so far by Andy Miller, moving up a spot. And now behind the mustache man of Morgan LeBaron, who hasn't been the weekend that he would have wanted. He had the confidence coming into this weekend, but it seemed like he just hasn't had the setup this weekend or the equipment to really show his pace at all. And now he's going to fall under fire to Andy Miller in the Maxwell Paper Products OTK, as Andy Miller continues to push forward and try and maybe make a move here on Morgan LeBaron. Thinks better of it. I thought he may have done it down the inside, but not close enough that time by for Andy Miller, as the mustache man is going to stay in P4. Billy Musgrave now coming across the line. Let's see what lap times he puts in, comparing to Miguel Mir. Purple for Billy Musgrave with a 57.411. Miguel Mir a tenth slower than the factory kart man, and down to Vincent Cossard as well. A good lap time by him, 3 tenths slower than Miguel Mir and company, but still catching to the group ahead. On your screen is still Morgan LeBaron and Andy Miller. Andy Miller with the full head of steam here, wanting to get around Morgan LeBaron.
Yeah, Andy Miller there kind of looks, just if you look at it from the surface, like he's on a Briggs tuck type of deal, but he's just really kind of that scrunched up in the kart. It's not a corner straight specific thing for him. So he's tiny compared to Morgan LeBaron. You can see LeBaron really hustling the kart around there. It's been the same way really all 3 heats. He just does not have the pace aboard that 415 high-five performance machine to be able to do anything about those front 3 guys, and especially the front 2 of Musgrave and Mir. And for LeBaron, I mean, it's been a very good season for him. He's been in championship contention the whole way. He had a shot coming into this one. It just has not worked out this weekend.
A great lap last time by for Miguel Mir, ran a 57.305. Good lap by him as he continues to try and close down that gap to Billy Musgrave. Maybe look for a move here in the upcoming laps as Morgan LeBaron as well. Like you said, a great weekend for him so far, and a great season for him so far. And got a couple of wins here, but I don't think it's going to be enough today to contend for the championship.
Yeah, nothing kind of happens. I mean, you see, like, when you come in down 50 or 60 points like he was, it's impossible to really be able to control your own destiny. I think LeBaron just kind of missed a little bit this weekend, and it's okay. Like, I mean, those things happen in racing. You kind of have to just take the lumps with it. You're still going to finish second in the championship, still get the benefits that come with that. But for Miguel Mir, it's another strong season. He's like it. He wants to be able to finish it off with the victory against Billy Musgrave, the inevitable force this weekend aboard his factory kart. But for both these guys up front, I think it's a big deal for them to be able to control this race like they are.
Yeah, of course, and Miguel Mir would definitely want to end his season here, a championship season for him, provisional championship season, I guess I could say, with a race win, and it would mean so much more to get it done on the factory kart man of Billy Musgrave. Last time by for Miguel Mir, 57.245. For Billy Musgrave, it was a 57.266. The gaps are marginal here for sure, as Miguel Mir continues to stay with Billy Musgrave and is keeping him honest, like I said before.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of kind of keeping Billy honest. I don't think he's really pushing his kart too much. You're not seeing a ton of sliding from either of those front 2 guys. And Mir's able to run a quick pace. He's running 3-4 tenths faster than the field without really having to push. You can see he's literally pushing Musgrave. But in terms of his actual pushing through the corners. He's not really putting too much effort into the kart, and so that's going to save tires later on in the race. Billy is also running really smooth as he always does, but I think these two are both doing a good job of kind of saving the rubber a little bit. As Alex Stanfield mentioned to me earlier when we were talking in here, it does wear the tires out more at this track compared to the other layout that we've seen on the calendar.
Yeah, of course, and for Billy Musgrave and Miguel Muir, the lap times, 0.02 of a second is what separates Billy Musgrave and Miguel Muir's lap time. So they have been, I guess, completely even here when it comes to lap times. Billy Musgrave still being able to stay ahead. Let's look at the battle further back with Morgan LeBaron and Andy Miller. Andy Miller still not able to get around Morgan LeBaron, but it seems like they are beginning to catch little by little here Vincent Cassard in his CRG Nordam machine.
Yeah, it looks like they're just slowly but surely putting in extra pace there. The last time through, they lost 10th, but I think in general, like, they're close enough on pace that with working together, they could probably get up there. Just going to see how Andy Miller treats this, if he's patient with LeBaron or wants to make a move. So they come through the S's yet again to click off another lap, continuing to run 4th and 5th, continuing to try their best to make it happen, to make it into the top 3, but right now it's just not quite working for them. That time by about 10th or so they gained on Vincent Cassard, but still 6/10 off of what they're doing in the lead of the race.
Yeah, 6/10 off for the rest of the field. I mean, like we've said all weekend long, Billy Musgrave and Miguel Muir in a class of their own pretty much all weekend long. And, I mean, I love to see the push by Billy Musgrave to start bringing those factory karts into the single-speed stuff. I mean, we've seen some of the factory karts in the K100 class here with Billy Musgrave himself running it, Jake French as well on that push for the factory karts, some prototypes, I guess, that they brought out here. And we also have one entry in the 206 class. So it's gonna be something to watch. You know, maybe factory kart decides to go to the CKNA Grand Nationals, and we see them out there as they continue to push for that chassis. That is. I mean, it's great to see by Billy Musgrave. You know, the one and only who's done something great, I guess, for the sport of karting.
You gonna try to convince Billy to run CKNA Grands, Caleb?
I've actually already tried all weekend long. I was telling him to go out there. You know, it would be great to see him out there and compete with some of the other American-made, I guess, chassis that we see on the four cycle circuit. So hopefully, I mean, I told him to, you know, but I'm Caleb Vieska. He's Billy Musgrave. He probably knows better than I do.
Yeah, I think he could give you some good competition in 206 Heavy up there. But in the meantime, I mean, he's controlling his own race right now. He'll worry about the other stuff he's going to run later in the year at a later time. But right now, Billy Musgrave well in control. Miguel Muir content to just run in his tire tracks at the moment. Morgan LeBaron and Andy Miller continue to gain just little bits at a time on Vincent Cassard. It's going to take a little bit more time to get up there, maybe a few more laps. But I think they're going to get there at the end. But yeah, it's been a very under control, methodical weekend by Billy Musgrave. Very typical of his style of racing, which has been so successful over the years.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's been super successful. I mean, we saw him contend for the championship at SCUSA as well. He was super close to getting it. Fell just a little bit short to the one and only Marion Kremers. Is now Andy Miller looking for a move there on Morgan LeBaron. Wasn't close enough that time by, and that gap opens up little by little. So Morgan LeBaron still stays in 4th, Andy Miller in 5th, Vincent Cassard in front of them in that CRG Nordam machine, and he runs well in 3rd. A little bit of a lonely race for Vincent Cassard, and for Miguel Muir and Billy Musgrave, it's been all content choosing, I guess, to open up that gap and continue to spread out to compared to the rest of the field here as they continue to push each other down the back straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Billy Musgrave again, I mean, you're talking about a guy that has numerous Supernats wins. Like, he's one of guys like Connor DeFilippi is one of the only other guys I can think of that has the 4 Supernats wins that Billy Musgrave can claim to his name. So, I mean, he's a really, really talented driver. And, I mean, we're seeing now with his factory kart endeavors that he's been so successful with this year. I think he's been working at it for a while, but just to see some of the progress he's made over the last couple of months, getting more and more guys into the 2-stroke category has been so cool to see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw him in Amarillo whenever we were running the open shifter class, and he absolutely swept that weekend. I think he just has a bit more experience than everybody else running here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. It was good competition for him, and I guess good to really promote his factory karts here on in the South. So for Billy Musgrave, I mean, seeing him back out here again under a full factory kart 10th this weekend, I mean, it's great to see that push for them and to bring, I guess, more pro drivers here to the national, I mean, to the regional circuit here in Texas.
Yeah, certainly. And I think Billy's done a good job continuing from his band. We're seeing right now Morgan LeBaron and Andy Miller going at it with each other for the 4th spot. And he's been patient for most of the race. But I think he's maybe trying to start to mount a charge now. So we'll see. I mean, he's continuing to just drive his race. I mean, he's right there on Lebert. Their progress on Vincent Cassard's kind of stalled at about 6 or 7 tenths. I just don't think they have quite enough pace to get up there with enough time left. So Andy's probably like, okay, I think I can go up there and get him, and he'll see what he can do.
Yeah, of course, Andy Miller has been pushing Morgan LeBaron around, the mustache man. Definitely a weekend to forget for him when it comes to the championship, as Miguel Muir has been challenging here for the lead with Billy Musgrave as it stands. Still a lot of action-packed racing. Speaking of KA, I mean, we have some more racing coming on later today with the KA 100 senior class. I mean, that class is always exciting, and it's great pretty much all weekend long, and we have a lot of big-name stars, and adding a name like Billy Musgrave to our KA 100, I guess, field is absolutely great. I mean, I'm just kind of upset. You know, I think Billy Musgrave could have done a good job with against the KA 100 seniors. Instead, I guess he gave that privilege to Jake French this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always really excited to see shifter guys go into KA. I mean, we were sitting with Jake French this weekend, and we saw it a lot in 2021. We saw it with Danny Formal at
IME Grands, as well as AJ Myers, who are contending for, I guess, the shootout victory.
I saw AJ Myers at a local race running, so I'm like, I've seen it. At this point, AJ's run enough KA to where I consider him kind of a KA driver too. But no, I mean, I think Billy out here would have given him a show. Maybe, I think the only thing I would say about that is it looks like objectively his power is maybe not quite where you would hope for compared to, case in point, Miguel Muir gaining about 2.5, 3 kart lengths down the straight. So I think that might have been a limiting factor as to why he's not running the senior stuff. But, I mean, he's putting on a show. Like, there's little doubt that him and Miguel Muir are a class above the rest of the field this weekend, and they're showing why. They're both really good drivers. I mean, we've talked enough about Billy, but how about Miguel Muir? I mean, he's been so successful in the past. He won this championship last year, has been the dominant Masters driver if you look at TSRS in recent memory. Like, he is every bit as good as a guy like Billy Musgrave when it comes to the two-stroke stuff, and he deserves all the props for this and to keeping him close here as they come down the stretch over the last few laps of this race.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we also can't fail to mention, I mean, Miguel Muir as well. He has had multiple podiums this year on the national circuit. He podiumed in Indiana at the United States Pro Kart Series for the K100 Masters class, competing against the likes of Mike Rollison and Mario Barrios. So, I mean, it's good to see Miguel Muir out here. This is I guess, one of the more fun weekends for him. And then when he goes to run the national stuff with Orsolin Racing, I mean, we see him get serious, and he wants to push forward, push to the front. We saw him also at Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, where he had a good run, a top 5 finish for him. So he's been collecting hardware pretty much all year long across all the national series. And now Miguel Muir goes purple with a 57.128, 200ths of a second quicker than Billy Musgrave. Andy Miller now not being able to pass Morgan LeBaron, and Randy Russell now is another factor that's coming into play. Randy Russell now on the rear bumper of Andy Miller, as Andy Miller looking for a move here on Morgan LeBaron. Still not close enough, as Randy Russell very much welcome to the party. Randy Russell.
Yeah, if you took out the top two, it'd be a really interesting battle from third on back, because all weekend they've been so close in speeds. If you look down from third all the way past the top 10, all the way really down to about 14th or so, they're all running within 0.2 of a lap every lap. And so even though the field spread's a little bit bigger in terms of like the actual space on the track, to see that close of a pace in the Masters class is seriously impressive. But it also shows that Billy Musgrave and Miguel Muir have just been on their own dimension this weekend. I mean, we're talking 3, 4, 5, 6 tenths a lap every single lap, just continuing lap after lap to hit their marks. To say that Billy goes a little bit wide, but I don't think Billy Musgrave's too concerned about what I have to say about his driving. He's been really good all weekend. He's been really good all year. He's only got a couple more, or 3 more laps here to hang on into this feature race victory.
Yeah, and you see a little bit of a difference in line there by Billy Musgrave. Moves over a lot later than I guess Miguel Muir does, but still not enough for Miguel Muir to try and make a move. It's been Miguel Muir's been learning so much from Billy Musgrave, and I guess now he probably has Billy Musgrave's line memorized in his head as Billy Musgrave pulls away little by little here from Miguel Muir, but it's not enough as Miguel Muir closes down on the end of the back straightaway. I mean, Emery, is that a gear change, or do you think it's just the engine when it comes to the speed that Miguel Muir gains at the end of the straight?
I'm not going to speculate one way or the other on that. I think you'd have to look at the data for it, and I'd have to talk to both of them. I do think, I mean, you can see Billy has a good initial launch out of corners. You can also see Miguel down the straight is our absolute rocket ship. I think what's more important here is where do you want to make your move when you get down to 2 to go. And to be honest, when I said I'd go here if I was Miguel Muir, it's because you get to the first and you can control the blocking, and there he goes anyways. Billy there, that was aggressive. That was now you're not going to have that space type of move, and hats off to Billy Musgrave. He was able to block it off. Muir kind of cut him a break there. He was like, I'm in the championship, you're not. I don't need to go too aggressive forcing the issue. Muir takes a look back into the abyss and sees there's no one there, so he can afford to kind of just stay back and regather his darts and try it one more time with one more lap to go. But as we're looking now to see a little bit of Gatorade bottle there as we come to the white flag, it's going to be Billy Musgrave coming down to take the white. Miguel Muir in tow. He absolutely needs this. 2 kart lengths back. He's going to try everything he's got. We saw last time he sent it in, I believe it was turn number 7. This time he's not quite close enough down the chute. We'll see he's gaining. Not going to be there, I don't think. No, not quite close enough. So Billy's got him right now. He's going to have to stay patient here for Miguel Muir. Do not want to force an issue and cause a crash that takes you out of championship winning position.
Yeah, of course, for Miguel Muir, as much as he'd love to end his championship berth with a K100 Masters race win, he knows he has to stay patient here. As further back in the field, Randy Russell was able to get around Andy Miller that time by, and it's now Miguel Muir on the outside here. I think he will clear him, and it's Miguel Muir up in a P1. Billy Musgrave super late on the brakes. Can Miguel Muir get the over-under? He can as of now. It's going to be a drag race here to the finish line. Miguel Muir and Billy Musgrave across the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Miguel Muir and Billy Musgrave. I think Billy got him. Billy Musgrave wins in Texas. Miguel Muir, the champion, finishes second. Vincent Cassard a little bit further back, and he's going to come across to finish third. A great drive by the CRG Nordum driver to finish in third. Morgan LeBaron, the mustache man, finishes fourth after what was a great season for him. Randy Russell coming across the line to finish fifth. A great recovery drive by him. Andy Miller in sixth. Adamar Caligro is going to finish seventh. David Pregonde in 8th, Trevor McAllister 9th. Evan Kozak is going to round up your top 10 here in K8 Masters. What a race we had on our hands there, Emery.
Yeah, that was really good. Almost clear from Miguel Muir. If he had been about half a foot up, 6 more inches, and he would have been able to clear him, get down to the inside, and block that off from Billy Musgrave. But Billy sent it on the brakes, got the job done, and did not give way in the last few corners. So an excellent way to end out the year for Miguel Muir. He'll win the title. An excellent way for Billy Musgrave to prove Factory Kart's ability in the 2-stroke categories with a win to close out the TSRS season. How about Vincent Cassard with the podium, Morgan LeBaron in the top 5, Randy Russell as well. And that wraps up an outstanding season of K Masters presented by KRS.
When we come back, we're going to go Kart Racing. Don't go anywhere. We are live on Kart Chaser.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome back to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. The fall finale here on track now. It's the Honda Kid Karts presented by Rimrock Raceway. We're getting set to go green here with Rafe Ali and Brennan Barsh. Behind them is going to be Brody Brown and Keelan Short. Benjamin Osborne starting 5th as they look a little bit quick here coming to the tram lines now. Let's see if Porter's going to give them the green flag. I don't think he will. That said, joining me here in the booth is the one and only Jeff Shaw. Jeff, it's been a great season of 206 racing for you here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Representing the VLR team here this weekend. A big push for you guys, bringing a bunch of guys here from California. You have a full team this weekend. You were telling me that you needed the teammates, you needed the help against all the young guns.
Yes, I did. Luckily, Nevada Kart Sport came all the way to Texas, and they brought 4 drivers. Brought one, Jesse Gwynn, in the Masters, or heavy class, I guess you would call it here. He's doing really well for being the only heavy driver underneath the tent. But we got 3 other drivers, so I'm looking forward to their help in the main.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, you've had I guess not that much of an eventful weekend this weekend. You know, you've kind of kept your nose clean, made the moves when you had to make them. You told me you're starting the final in 4th. So I mean, what's your plan coming into the final race here? You got to leave it all at the line. I mean, you were mentioning to me that you are going to retire, I guess, after this year, after CKNA Grand. So I mean, what's your mindset coming into this final race?
You know, I promised my kids last year it was the last one. I won't break it to them again.
Yeah.
So next year we're going to definitely do some kid kart racing with my son, do some cheering and softball and basketball with my daughter. But going into the main, I just got to keep my nose clean. I was able to lead some laps in the first heat, or maybe the second heat. I'm not sure which one. That rain delay got me all messed up. But I just got to keep my nose clean. I can hang with them, I think, and hopefully my teammates can get up there and assist me.
Yeah, sounds good. As we get set to go green here with our kid karts, they did not get the green flag the first time by. Let's see if it's a better time. As we try to get it done here. It's going to be Ray Fawley leading us away. A great start by him. Behind him, the 17 of Brody Brown is going to push him forward. So it's Ray Fawley from Brody Brown. And then in 3rd, it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken here, I think that's Keelan Short. And Keelan Short, is in 5th. It's going to be the 82 of Brendan Barsh in 3rd, and a little bit of a jockeying for position further back in between the 88 of Benjamin Osborne and Brendan Barsh, as now Brody Brown is going to fall into the clutches of that group right there. But a commanding lead as of now for Ray Fawley. Keelan Short now trying to make a move further up. And the 82 of Brendan Barsh has worked his way around the 17 of Brody Brown. Coming back to you here, Jeff. I mean, you were telling me that, I guess, competing. Oh, we have one driver around here. I'm sorry, Jeff. The 21, that's Keelan Short, who went around, and he's going to be out of contention here for the race. When unfortunate to see for him. I mean, you were mentioning to me, right? I mean, you're bringing your kids here next year. I don't know if here, but you were mentioning to me that they're going to race kid kart next year. I mean, how does that feel, I guess, as a father? Like being able to ask you, I guess there's not many fathers that are racing in the 206 senior class. I mean, one of the 2 headline classes. I mean, how is that going to be for you? How different is that going to be for you seeing your kid out here next year?
It's stressful. My daughter's raced in the outlaw karts a couple of times, and it's 10 times more stressful than anything I've ever done on track. It's nerve-wracking.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. I mean, I guess shifting gears to more of the national scene, it's going to be your last race at the CKNA Grand Nationals for you this year. You're racing 206 Heavy and 206 Masters. I mean, how do you prepare for that? That's going to be, I guess, your final race before you retire and, I mean, dedicate your time to your family.
Yes, yeah. I'm preparing. I got another team from California coming all the way out there, and we're going to hook up with some guys like Colin Warren from Florida, and David Vasquez, and Cale Zimmerman, Nick Zobiak. We got a lot of us going out there, and I'm looking forward to that. So we'll start prepping over the next couple weeks and load up, get up there early on Wednesday, and hit practice on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I'm actually going to have, I guess, the pleasure to race against you on your last race.
All right.
So, I mean, hopefully I'm fast enough to compete against you, right, and the entire VLR team. But I guess lastly, for me, anybody you'd like to thank for, I guess, your amazing career so far and for this year here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series?
You know, from I got to thank my dad. He's done a lot with me, my wife, my kids, my mom, but mainly the last 5-6 years, VLR, Art and Rod Verlinger, Miranda, they have assisted my program to the next level, and I'm proud to be a part of the VLR team, and for them bringing me back here, it's amazing, and I can't thank them enough.
Sounds good. Well, there you guys have it from Jeff Shaw, getting set to do his final regional race here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and one of the last 2 races before he decides to hang up the helmet. On your screen now, it's the number 17 of Brody Brown, who currently sits here in the lead. Rafal Lee down to third as it stands, if I'm not mistaken here, and Benjamin Osborne in second. My apologies. Rafal Lee in the lead of this race, still in that 42. Last time by for him, a 119.212. And further back in the field, it's side-by-side action for Benjamin Osborne, for Brody Brown and Brennan Barsh, who go side-by-side there. And I think Keelan Short was in that battle as well early on, but I think he has decided to retire here from this race as Brody Brown's still in that battle. Benjamin Osborne and Brennan Barsh still fighting for that lead. And there you have it, Keelan Short coming across the line now. A great recovery drive by him so far. Great to see him still out there on track and not giving up. So I'd love to see that from him. As the battle for P2 continues to ramp up here, it's still Benjamin Osborne, Brennan Barsh, and Brody Brown who have given us an exciting kid kart race here in SpeedSportz, sorry.
Back here at Speed Sports here for the Honda Kid Karts. We're coming down to the last 3 laps of racing to go. I mean, you can see Raif Ali has been dominant in this race. 14 seconds the gap here. He's been incredible. We're looking right now at the battle for second between Brendan Barsh, Brody Brown, and Benjamin Osborne. How about it for Brody Brown and Benjamin Osborne? From being upwards of 2.5 seconds off the pace in qualifying, they found themselves within range of Benjamin Osborne. He has done, of Brendan Barsh. They've done such a good job to make it close, and we're seeing now the effects of it as they come across now, coming down the back straightaway for what will be their fourth to last time, as they're coming to 3 to go now. Raif Ali has just gotten that. And now you can see there is Brody Brown leading Benjamin Osborne. The battle for the last spot on the podium is right there. 1 kart length of difference here. Benjamin Osborne stalking down the number 17 driver aboard the comp car. He's trying everything he can to make up that last spot as they come down the straightaway. 1 more lap in the books. That lap was a good one for Osborne. He closed right up there to come through turn number 2. Another good lap there for Brody Brown. He's going to go a little bit wide. That's going to allow Osborne to get a good run coming out of turn number 3. Goes down the straightaway towards the short chute. You can see Benjamin Osborne just staying right there in tow, trying everything he can to get that last podium spot. In the meantime, Brendan Barsh has continued to pull away just ever so slightly to kind of keep himself safe from this battle from third. Is there a brief look to the inside for Benjamin Osborne, not able to do it. Again, the MSL Racing driver here, Benjamin Osborne, doing everything he can to get that last podium spot. It's been a tough weekend for him. You know, he started out a little bit on the back foot. He was a long ways off in qualifying, but every session he's gotten better and better and better, and it's culminated in a podium run. Of course, no Killian Short here. He's the one guy that's had issues in this race, has fallen way back. But in the meantime, the battle for third continues to rage on. Here comes Benjamin Osborne, looking not quite close enough as they come down the back straightaway. It's going to be 2 laps of racing to go for your race leader, Raif Ali, who clicks off another quick lap. But this battle for third is every single one of our attention right now. As you can see, it's Brody Brown continuing to stay in third position, continuing to position his kart perfectly. And Caleb, we're going to have a shootout here for this last podium spot.
A shootout it's going to be indeed, as Brendan Barsh trying to get that, it's Brody Brown trying to hold on to that third spot of that Benjamin Osborne has in 4th place. So Brody Brown holds on strong here at the moment, but Benjamin Osborne with a full head of steam here, looking to overtake Brody Brown for that P3 spot. Raif Ali well in the distance ahead. Brendan Barsh stays strong here in second, and the MSO driver of Benjamin Osborne looking to make an overtake on Brody Brown, but as it stands at the moment, he's not close enough. Across the line now, it's Killian Short. A great drive by him to stay on track and showing his never-give-up attitude at such a young age. Still here focusing on the battle for P3, it's Brody Brown who is able to hold on strong, and Benjamin Osborne just can't find that gap to slide his kid kart through.
Yeah, he's trying everything. I mean, Benjamin Osborne, this has been as close as he's been to the podium all weekend long. He can see it, he can smell it, he can feel it, but he just can't quite get it here as they come down the back straightaway, looking for the white flag there. This time, Raif Ali's going to get it right now, but in the back straightaway, in the meantime, we've got Benjamin Osborne pushing Brody Brown down the back straight. We'll see when he guys tries to go. Will we see some defensive driving from Brody Brown here in the kid karts? Could happen. We saw a very fierce battle yesterday between Raif Ali and Brendan Barsh. Maybe not quite as fierce this one for third, but still, nonetheless, a great experience for both of these guys. Brendan Barsh going to come across the line now. He's about 4 or 5 seconds ahead of these two right at the moment. So they're, at this point, probably on their last leg. You see the lap times for everyone have kind of slowed down quite a bit, but he's trying his best. There is Brody Brown continuing to hang on to that third position, and they're continuing to battle here. Osborne trying, getting in the slipstream. Is he going to pull out to the outside here to try to make a move? We'll see. He's waiting. He's just not close enough. Brody Brown hangs on for another corner as they come around turn number 4. Brown trying to hang on against Osborne. Osborne right on his bumper. He could almost use a bump and run here if he really wanted to. He's trying his best coming down into the back section of the track. The double left. Here they go. Down into the left, into the right-hander. There is Brody Brown continuing to hang on just barely as we get set to receive the start-finish line. Coming to the line, it's going to be Raif Ali to pick up his first win in TSRS. That's a beautiful win for the number 42 machine. He takes home the crown here on Sunday, the finale for TSRS. But meanwhile, down the back straightaway, this is Benjamin Osborne going for that third spot against Brody Brown, coming down the back straightaway into the final section. And it looks like Brown's continuing to hang on against Benjamin Osborne, coming through the last couple of corners, through the S's. Osborne's going to try to set up a little bit of a crossover. You're not quite going to happen. They're going to be almost side by side down the main straightaway, coming to the double checkers. Brown against Osborne for the line. Brody Brown by 38 100ths of a second is going to hang on for that final podium spot. Benjamin Osborne gave it everything and comes up just short of that final podium spot, Caleb.
Yeah, of course. So Brandon Barsh going to finish second, Brody Brown in third, Benjamin Osborne in fourth, and Keelan Short's going to come across to finish fifth. A good drive by him to not give up and to stay on the racetrack. So good to see these younger drivers showing their no-quit attitude this early on in their young careers. Coming up next, we're going to get set to go green here with 206 Junior. Don't go anywhere. We're getting set to go green here with 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. On pole position, it's going to be Reagan Seville. Alongside him is going to be Derek Wargo, the two championship contenders. If Derek Wargo ends up winning here today, Emery, they are going to have a complete tie, and it's going to have to go to a tiebreaker. But I know Reagan Seville is going to want to avoid that, as he is going to be wanting to take the win here today, as Reagan Seville starting on pole, Derek Wargo second, Jackson Baldus in third, Chris Tracy fourth, Josie Chambers fifth, Carter Kilgo in sixth, Ava Blem seventh, Shelby Ramirez eighth, Robert Arana ninth, and Weston Criddle is going to round up your top 10 here in 206 Junior. Into the tram lines we go. It's Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo, the two championship contenders. Is Porter going to give us the green flag? And he will. The green flag is out. Let's go racing in 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric and Reagan Seville with an amazing start here in Derek Wargo. Not the best for him as Josie Chambers tries to work his way up, and Derek Wargo drops the tire there further back. Is he going to keep P3? He's not. Josie Chambers works his way up, and Derek Wargo not happy at all there.
Yeah, it looks like Wargo was a little bit upset with how he was driven there. Ball just went for the lead, and Regensville is going to cross him back over, move Regensville in the number one plate back to the front of the field. He's got Jackson Baldus in tow. There is the third place card of Josie Chambers, and then Derek Wargo in fourth, trying desperately to get some heat in those tires, get some of the dirt off as he's in fourth, trying his best to get up into the top three.
Yeah, great start there by Reagan Seville in his championship hopes here for Derek Wargo. The exact opposite for him. If he wants to contend for the championship, he needs to win here, and Reagan Seville needs to finish second for a tie, and then it goes to a tiebreaker further back down the list, I guess you could say. But we're going to leave all that to our timing and scoring guy of Tom, and I'm sure he'll have a great time with that. But as it stands now, it's Reagan Seville in the lead of the race here. In second, it's going to be Jackson Baldus coming across the line, and so he's going to be second. Josie Chambers in third, and Derek Wargo going to be in fourth here as the championship is still up for grabs here, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we've seen the most pace so far this weekend out of Jackson Baldus of any one session for him, and you can see he's almost looking for the lead. He is looking for the lead. He's going to the inside ring in Seville. That's going to be crossed over pretty easily. Seville took the right approach there, did not get baited into trying to do anything stupid there. Just got the position, got the move done, and now he again now has a little bit of breathing room as Baldus went a little bit wide in that corner. Now it's 3 karts packed together. Derek Wargo not far behind him, 4th, and then a big gap back to the rest of the field, led by, I believe that is Ava Blem in 5th right now.
Yeah, Ava Blem in 5th. Robert Arana in that battle as well. I think Robert Arana was able to get around Ava Blem last time by. So move Robert up to P5 and Carter Kogo there in P7 as it stands here. Reagan Seville still in the lead. Oh, and side-by-side action with Jackson Baldus. Reagan Seville holds on to the lead here. Derek Wargo looking for a move on Josie Chambers. Can't get it done as it stands, but Reagan Seville, Jackson Baldus has thrown everything at him here, Emery, at the early stages of this race. But Reagan Seville has just had outsmarted Jackson Baldus, I guess you could say, here early on, as Derek Wargo goes purple last time by with a 104.746. So a good drive so far by Derek Wargo, and Reagan Seville points forward, telling Jackson Baldus to push him forward here, Emery. Yeah,
it might just be a little bit of over-eagerness there by Baldus. I mean, he's made a couple of marginal moves there that probably weren't on the cards. Just trying to get a position that maybe isn't worth going for quite yet. But I like the aggressiveness. I like him kind of putting it all out there. We're seeing Josie Chambers kind of being more patient in 3rd. Derek Wargo slowly but surely has got himself into 4th. He's trying his best. As I said, he makes a mistake coming through the boot. But in general, he's been able to kind of bring himself back into that lead draft. So it's good to see from Wargo. He needs to get up there and beat Seville to get the championship. We'll see what he can do. He also needs a little bit of help to kind of separate them a little bit. But Reagan Seville so far able to just control this final. You're seeing Baldus and Josie Chambers this lap staying in line, staying kind of disciplined. So we'll see what happens as they come down to complete yet another lap.
12 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. It's still Reagan Seville, Jackson Baldus, and Josie Chambers goes purple that time by in the Intrepid with a 104.381. Derek Wargo, not the best lap by him, almost 0.3 slower than Reagan Seville and company. Josie Chambers still pushing here, content to push with Jackson Baldus, and seems like Jackson Baldus has decided to calm down a little bit and decide to push Reagan Seville here in the early stages of this race. It's a super long race, and for Derek Wargo, you see him beginning to come right back in a frame as he will close down that gap to Josie Chambers and want to go for a move here and soon.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it is a very long race. I mean, you're talking about twice as long as any of the heats, and I think that that's something that has to weigh in the mind of Jackson Baldus. You don't need to keep throwing those desperate moves in there. I think you have time to kind of see where your carts pair. Having said that, though, Josie Chambers is going to look to the inside. He's kind of done with what Baldus has tried to do. He's noticed he's gone purple, or at least he's gone quicker than the front 2. He's going to make the move. Wargo's going to be able to make it stick, and now we have the top 3 from all weekend into the top 3 now. It goes Seville, then Chambers, and then Derek Wargo, who, again, recovering from a bit of contact in the opening lap, now into the top 3.
Yeah, good overtake there by Derek Wargo and Josie Chambers to get around Jackson Baldus now. It's going to be Josie Chambers and the 2 championship contenders of Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo are in 1st and 3rd here. Derek Wargo going to want to go around Josie Chambers as soon as he can, and Josie Chambers going to go down the inside. Derek Wargo is going to follow him through. Reagan Seville going to be stuck on the outside here, able to get a better exit than Derek Wargo here, and now going to fall under fire from Jackson Baldus. He's going to work his way up to P3, and Derek Wargo falls back to P4, and this is the first time we've seen a battle of 4 for the lead here, Emery.
Yeah, so this has been a really good battle. Jackson Baldus has found some speed in this race. I'm really impressed by him, but I'm also really impressed by Josie Chambers for the first time all weekend really taking charge, taking the lead of this race. Reagan Seville has been controlling the weekend. Even if he hasn't won every heat race, he's been in the lead cart. He's been the one that they've had to try to outmaneuver and outget themselves into the race lead with. And so for him to be in second, this is the first time all weekend where it hasn't been just either him in second, him in first. Hasn't been under control for him in this race, but he's doing a great job of just sticking in second. Elsewhere, though, Jackson Baldus is going to get crossed over again here. Here comes Derek Wargo for 3rd. He's going to get the job done coming through turn number 2.
A good over-under move there by Derek Wargo to take that spot from Jackson Baldus' hand. So move Derek Wargo up to P3, and Josie Chambers was purple last time by with a 103.774. So a good lap time by him, and Reagan Seville calm behind Josie Chambers here at the moment, but I know he's going to want to take away the win here today if he wants to solidify his championship hopes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Reagan Seville, this is critical for him to just kind of stay ahead of Derek Wargo. For Wargo, he kind of wants all of these 3 guys that are with him to kind of help him out here. At least, well, the other 2 guys other than Reagan Seville, he doesn't want him to help him out. But certainly between those 2 guys to get Seville back to 4th, that would be great for his championship hopes. And I think that we're really looking to see him try his best. We saw him, again, had the issue on the opening lap, but he's been so quick since then. And now with them battling, it looks like at the front of the field, this might be his chance here to get right back up in the front 2.
Yeah, Derek Wargo continuing to close down that gap. That time by, he goes purple with a lap time of a 103.752, 2/10 quicker than the two drivers ahead, almost 3/10 quicker than Reagan Seville that time by, with a personal best time for Reagan Seville, as he is content to push here at the moment Josie Chambers, as he ran identical lap times that time by. Not even a thousandth of a second separated the two of them. Reagan Seville here will fall under fire shortly to Derek Wargo, who has a full head of steam here and wanting to catch his championship, rival of Reagan Seville.
Yeah, sir. I mean, this is all to play for Derek Wargo. Reagan Seville continuing to try his best to just push Josie Chambers. He's been patient with him, but I have to wonder at what point does that patience wear out. He's seen Wargo continuously chop into the lead just lap after lap. He's gotten closer and closer, and as we get towards the halfway point of this race, I mean, time is of the essence here for Wargo. He knows he has time. He knows Josie Chambers is controlling the race at a decent pace, but one that he knows that he can match, and so if he can kind of bring them into this play, I mean, he knows that Jackson Baldus does not quite have the pace to match up with him. So it might be something where if he's trying to win the championship, he needs to back up these front two, but that requires him to get to the lead first.
And that time by for Josie Chambers, he goes purple, having Reagan Seville push him by 0.02 of a second, separated their lap times that time. And Reagan Seville now going to fall under fire to Derek Wargo, who is in third. Reagan Seville still trying to jockey for position here with Josie Chambers, still pushing him forward. And he seems content here at the moment, but when he looks over his shoulder and sees Derek Wargo is right there behind him, I'm sure he's going to want to go for the lead.
Yeah, so I mean, he'll know that it's go time at some point, and I don't know when that point is going to be. It might be now, setting up a little bit of crossover. Still hasn't looked back. Chambers is looking back right now. He can see that one, Seville is right there, and two, that Wargo is closing up. And I think that all of this looking back is giving Wargo more and more confidence. He's completely dropped Jackson Baldus, who's kind of in no man's land now between the top three and the rest of the field. And now he's still got a little bit of work left to do. He's trying his best to close in on the front two, continue to work together. But we'll see this time around what the lap times are looking like. It's a little bit quicker from Wargo, but just marginally. But right there, a big turn through turn number 2. He gets right up there. He's within drafting range now and should have a good opportunity if we see Seville go for a lead, which he decides to go for now. Made the look back, saw that Wargo was coming and said, all right, I got to get to the lead now. There's no more time to waste.
Yeah, a smart move there by Reagan Seville as Derek Wargo still holds on to third here as it stands. Needs to get around Josie Chambers if he wants to fight for the lead of this race with Reagan Seville. It's all to play for here for Derek Wargo. He has nothing to lose here at the moment, so he's going to want to go here on Josie Chambers, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he knows that Chambers can be of help to him, but at the same time, like, he can't really trust Chambers to get away from Seville. So it kind of makes sense for him to get to second and then try to see if he can back Seville past Chambers and just see if he can get them in between. But right now, I mean, Wargo's played this brilliantly to get back into the battle, and now we're about to see through battle commence. And good job from Seville to take control of the race again after he looked back and saw Wargo, because that's really a smart move. To be able to know that your main contender's coming and make the adjustment accordingly takes a lot of skill, and I think Seville has played that perfectly right there.
Yeah, the last season here for Reagan Seville in the junior categories is next year he was going to move up to the senior classes. I mean, he's already done a couple of senior races here at SpeedSportz Racing Park on the club scene. So definitely going to be good to see how he can contend against, I guess, some of the other big shots in the 206 senior class. But yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see him in that class next year in the Texas Sprint Racing Series across that. But as it stands now, still Josie Chambers closing down that gap, down the inside here on Reagan Seville, down the straight, and that's going to leave Reagan Seville in the clutches of Derek Wargo, who is definitely going to want to make a move here on Reagan Seville for the championship.
Yeah, so I mean, it makes more sense for Josie Chambers to try his best to get the lead, but also makes sense for Wargo to try to really mess with Reagan Seville. The problem is it's just those three, and then there's a big gap back, so I'm not sure how much he can do. Wargo's going to go 2 for 1. How about that? He goes third to first. Seville gets shuffled back to third, and Josie Chambers back to second. So Wargo, in the span of one corner, goes from third up to the lead, and now he controls the situation.
And if Reagan Seville finishes third here, I believe the championship will fall in the hands of Derek Wargo. So this is good here for Derek Wargo. I think, Emery, you will do the math for us here, but I think as it stands, it may be Derek Wargo with the championship. If it stays like this, the provisional championship will go to Derek Wargo here. Reagan Seville needs to make a move soon on Josie Chambers if he wants to hold on to that number 1 plate for the next year. As now, Josie Chambers gives a little bit of a push there to Derek Wargo down the back straightaway. Is Josie Chambers going to go? He doesn't even think about it here. Down the back straightaway, and Reagan Seville very much still in the fight there for the championship and for the race win here, setting up a little bit of an over-under move here with a little bit of a wider line here, and he has a better exit than the front two here down the main straightaway. Derek Wargo is still in the lead. Josie Chambers in second, and Reagan Seville still in third here, not wanting to risk too much on Josie Chambers, so he won't lose a handful of time here, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to try to play this smart here. And, I mean, I'm looking at the points right now. Give me just a second to get a total confirmation on this. But, I mean, Wargo and Seville really kind of have their own individual thoughts on this. There's a very good chance this ends up in a tie in some way, shape, or form. So, I mean, how about this from Reagan Seville and from Derek Wargo? They've had excellent battles all season long, and it might come down to this. Wargo continues to lead, set a solid pace. I mean, when he gets to the front, he's running 103.6s consistently without them really helping him. So it's impressive to see what he's able to do. Shows the power and speed behind that comp cart.
Yeah, a lot of power in the comp cart driven by Derek Wargo here. And still in line here for Reagan Seville and Josie Chambers behind Derek Wargo. Reagan Seville is going to be a little bit patient here as it is about to be crunch time. We are 13 minutes into this final race. So ultimately, we're going to have 5 or so laps to go here in this race this time by. 4 laps, I would say, left to go here in this race as Derek Wargo still leads us away. Josie Chambers in second and Reagan Seville. The 2 championship protagonists of Derek Wargo and Reagan Seville are split up here by Josie Chambers, a variable that they haven't seen pretty much all weekend long here with Josie Chambers having struggles on the race starts. But now it all comes down to this. This is it, the final race of the season at the Texas Sprint Racing Series for 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. Who is it going to be? It's all to play for here, Emery.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little bit more points calculations here. I mean, it's looking like coming into this race weekend, we saw Derek Wargo was only 20 points back adjusting for drops. Throughout the weekend, Reagan Seville got an extra 10 points from winning pole, putting him 40 points clear. If you look at the grid for the heat races, that would tell you a lot in terms of who got more points. That went to Derek Wargo, Derek Wargo. So instead of getting 100 points, Seville got 90, so that evens it out. So we're back to the 20-point gap, which means if Wargo wins this race, it is going to be a dead tie, in which case the first tiebreaker is how many wins do you have? Well, Reagan Seville won in rounds 2 and 4 of the championship. Derek Wargo won round number 3, and in this case, hypothetical, he would have won in round 5. I'm led to believe that the second tiebreaker will be how many times have you finished in second over the course of the championship. Right now, both of them have finished second once. However, if Seville finishes second, he will have finished second twice, whereas Derek Wargo will have only finished second once. So hypothetically, if this goes down to the wire, Reagan Seville just has to finish second to win the championship, and it will be a dead tie with the tiebreaker going to him. If it doesn't work out, and I'm wrong, and just remember, this is completely unofficial, but the way I see this is we're coming down the line, and Seville has to get to second. If he finishes third, he loses the title. If he finishes second, he wins the title on a tiebreaker. That's how I see it.
Well, there you have it from our head analyst, Emery Lida. He pretty much did all the math for our timing and scoring guy, Tom, here up in the tower with us. But it's still Reagan Seville in third. Derek Wargo leads us away. Like you said, unofficially, Reagan Seville needs to finish in second if he wants to hold on to that number 1 plate for the next year. It is ramping up. This is going to be a nail-biter from here on out, and Reagan Seville still holds on to that third spot. Needs to go on Josie Chambers here at some point. It's crunch time now, and Reagan Seville is going to have to go here at some point.
Yeah, I mean, this has really made the math more interesting. I mean, you're talking about coming down. Reagan Seville has to know this. I mean, I'm sure we saw his dad come up here at one point.
It was his team owner, Tim Lobau, was up here. The Trackside Karting Services team owner was up here asking about the championship, and he knew that Reagan Seville needed to do whatever he could to win this championship, and finishing second is what he needs here at the moment, as we're going to get the 2 sticks in the air this time by Emery.
All right, Reagan Seville trying his best to close out a championship. The third scenario here that we haven't covered is if Josie Chambers wins it, no matter what Regensville does, short of them wrecking out, it's going to be him winning. It's going to be Seville winning the championship if they finish second and third. So Regensville makes the championship deciding pass at the moment. He's going to get crossed over here by Josie Chambers. And now you can see Wargo looks back. He knows now, if he's doing the same math that we are, he knows he's not in the championship lead. So we're seeing right now, this is really fascinating unfolding. Wargo not doing any defending right now, coming up towards the double left. We'll see if he defends now.
He does.
He does defend. Goes defensive into the left, hits the curve, makes sure that he can pin it on the inside line. He needs Josie Chambers to go, which he's going to do. Chambers to the inside. Now Seville's going to try to set up a crossover. I think it's going to work. It's going to be close now, though. They're going to draft him alongside him. This is really good for Wargo. He needs Chambers to push him out. And you can see as much as he wants to win, he also wants Chambers to get into second year.
Yeah, of course. So this is the championship battle swings back and forth from Derek Wargo and Reagan Seville. As it stands now, it's Derek Wargo in the lead of the championship. Reagan Seville needs to finish second if he wants to hold on to that number 1 plate. It all comes down to this. The white flag is out. This is it for the 206 Junior Championship. Reagan Seville, Josie Chambers looking for a move down the inside, not close enough. And Reagan Seville was also looking to go on Josie Chambers, wanted to follow him through, but thought better of it. It's Josie Chambers now. Is he going to make the move here on Derek Wargo? Josie Chambers just wants to win this race here, take it away from Derek Wargo, but not close enough. Regensville is going to have to go here at some point, as he is currently in third, and he will lose that number 1 plate next year to Derek Wargo. Derek Wargo still goes defensive. Josie Chambers not close enough to do anything about it. Still Derek Wargo going to go defensive again. An over-under move. Reagan Seville back in a second place, and that swings it back to Reagan Seville. Is it going to be an over-under move for Josie Chambers? It's not close enough, and Reagan Seville, the championship hopes are back in his hands in one of the last corners of this racetrack. It's still Reagan Seville. He's going to push Derek Wargo. As it stands now, it's Reagan Seville's championship to lose, and they make contact. It's still Reagan Seville in second place. Derek Wargo is going to come across the finish line to win here in 206 Junior, but the championship is going to stay with Reagan Seville, who finishes second. So Derek Wargo going to take the win here in 206 Junior.
Unofficially, Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo have tied for the 206 Junior Championship. We will get official word at some point. We're not sure. Of course, Tech has to do their thing. You have to see any on-track penalties that might be expected, but unofficially, we have a tie in 206 Junior. They have the same amount of wins. With this result, Reagan Seville has more second-place finishes. Again, we're not entirely sure how this will all play out, but by what we have seen, Reagan Seville is unofficially your 2023 LO206 Junior, sponsored by Seville Electric Champion, giving him back-to-back championships. Wow. What a race, Caleb.
Yeah, what a race. And as I look over here to my left, I can't fail to mention our timing and scoring man, Tom, already doing the math here for the 206 Junior Championship, as it was definitely something to see here, and we will have official results later posted, as tonight it will be the championship ceremonies for whoever won this 206 Junior Championship presented by Seville Electric. But it was an outstanding race here in 206 Junior. It's going to be even better as we get set to go green here with our Micro Swift class. Don't go anywhere. All the action live here on Kart Chaser.
All right, back again here. at the final round of Texas Sprint Racing Series. It is Championship Sunday here. We've got Microswift presented by Royal Electric. We just saw one of the most exciting championship finals that I can remember in the 206 junior category. What can these guys do to one-up it? It's Colton Schiegenberg. It's Ashton Wyatt on the front row looking for the green flag. And we've got it. Already a good start there for your two main front row protagonists. You can see Schiegenberg gets himself into the points lead and into the race lead ahead of Ashton Wyatt. And now we can see two guys all as Dutch Westbrook, and I believe that might be Marcelo Flores in the back of the field. So those two guys are tangled up, and their days have been severely compromised as we see side-by-side action. Ashton Wyatt against Colton Schiegenberg. They're going side by side, and Colton Schiegenberg has established himself in the lead, Taylor.
No surprise where Colton Schniegenberg is, picking up where he left off all weekend and just showcasing the immense speed that he has on that energy card as he continues to try to pull away from Ashton Wyatt in that number 21 machine as they head down the back straightaway, starting to stretch out while we see Andrew Lee Anastasio and Tanner Barsh trying to work together to catch up to the top two.
Yeah, we'll see. Tanner Barsh and Andrew Lee Anastasio both struggled to be able to keep up in this race or in this weekend, but Schiegenberg has had the pace on everyone, including Ashton Wyatt up until the last heat. But Ashton Wyatt found some pace there, so we'll see what happens. They come across for lap number one. Schiegenberg about a 2-kart length lead over Ashton Wyatt. Then it's Tanner Barsh and Andrew Lee Anastasio. And then it is the rest of the field being Dutch Westbrook and Marcelo Flores. Both of them got wiped out in a turn one collision. So unfortunate for them as we see Wyatt now on the rear bumper of Colton Schiegenberg.
It's going to be a great fight here as we watch on between your top two as Wyatt gets a great run to the back bumper of that energy card of Colton Schniegenberg as he tries to look around the outside, can't find the opening, sets himself up for a run heading down through the S's. Kill can't get that run he needs to catch up to Schniegenberg as they come down the back straightaway. Your top two stretching them out to about almost 2 to 3 tenths now over Andrew Lee Anastasio and Tanner Barsh.
Yeah, I mean, this has been good efforts here as we see Ashton Wyatt going for the lead down the back straightaway. He's got it. Move Ashton Wyatt to the lead for the first time in the main event. We'll see what he can do from there. Again, we saw him race a brilliant race in the 206 sportsman category. Of course, that finish did come under controversial circumstances, but still, he had really good pace on that one. We'll see what happens here against a different guy this time in Colton Schiegenberg. There's the guy he raced against in that final, Tanner Barsh, who I believe came away with the official victory. Still waiting for clarification on that, but still, both of those guys have had solid weekends so far, and they're looking for more, but Ashton Wyatt out in the lead right now.
Going to take his time, work his way around the circuit as we watch these two drivers. Tanner Barsh now giving a little tap of the helmet to Andrew Lee Anastasio to see, like, hey, let's go hunting down your top two and see if we can make this a 4-horse race instead of a 2-horse race as they work their way out of the S's. Schniegenberg gets a little bit wide, tries to see if he can build some momentum, but lost a ton of time to Ashton Wyatt as they head down the backstretch.
Yeah, and talking about these two guys, I mean, Schiegenberg, of course, has had the measure on him all weekend, but over the course of the season, it's been Ashton Wyatt that's kind of been the main headliner here. He's built up a 65-point lead coming into this race. Not quite as crazy as the other final that we just saw in the 206 junior, but I will say if Colton Schiegenberg wins this, Ashton Wyatt, depending on who gets the fast lap, will probably have to finish inside the top 4 to win the championship. So, again, it's not quite as dire. There's only 6 total drivers, so a lot would have to go wrong for Wyatt to lose the championship. But certainly, Schiegenberg does have a bit of an outside shot here if something were to go wrong for the number 21 machine.
We'll keep a track of all the action here as we watch your leaders in the Royal Electric Micro Swift category here for the fall finale of the Texas Sprint Racing Series from SpeedSportz Motorsports Park in New Caney, Texas. Still watching the action here as we just saw a pass for the lead between Colton Schniegenberg and Aston Wyatt. Schniegenberg retakes the lead here with just under 9 minutes plus 2 laps to go here at the SpeedSportz Motorplex as we work our way around the circuit. Heading down here in towards the short chute over to the hairpin. Great racing action here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series finale from SpeedSportz. A lot of great racing here in the 2023 campaign for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We look forward to coming back in 2024, starting in February with the season opener at NOLA. And we hope to see all of you there for the first round in 2024. As we watch the field, the drivers working their way through the back straightaway here. Schniegenberg now stretched out to about a 3-kart length lead. We'll move a little further back to the battle for P3 between Tanner Barsh and Andrew Lee Anastasio as we watch on the battle for third.
On your screen now is Tanner Barsh and Andrew Lee Anastasio as they battle it out for the final podium spot here in the last race of the Texas Sprint Racing Series fall finale. It's still Tanner Barsh here ahead of Andrew Lee Anastasio, the performance stop-powered OTK here as Tanner Barsh and the Burrell still ahead. Holds on strong to that third spot, the last podium spot. But I know Andrew Anastasio is going to want it. Down the inside he goes. Is he going to be close enough? Not enough through the kink. And he's going to fall back and stay in fourth here as this battle continues to ramp up. So does the battle for the lead here as Aston Wyatt continues to follow Colton Schniegenberg.
Winding down here in Micro Swift here for the final few laps of the 2023 season. And as Colin Schingenberg continuing to lead from the front ahead of Ashton Wyatt as they continue to click off the laps. We're down to the final 4 or 5 laps remaining. Schingenberg has done such a good job in this race of just controlling from the front of the field. Came under fire a little bit from Wyatt earlier on in the race. Wyatt does have the fastest lap, but again, just for small purposes, it is important in points because if they were to have a DNF, that could switch the favor in Ashton Wyatt's hands regardless. But Ashton Wyatt looking as, oh, that was a bumper bump from one of the 2 carts. I'm not sure which one it is, but we'll see who that was from. But one of the carts just lost a pretty big piece there. We'll see. Looks like it's Schingenberg. Schingenberg, I believe, has a rear bumper that might be going down. We'll see if we can get a good look at that. But not ideal for either of the front 2 there. That was a big bolt that came off of the cart. And we'll see how that, A, affects his ability to make weight, and B, how that might affect his handling going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be detrimental right there if he's not careful. Also, you got to throw in the fact about Ashton Wyatt. A pushback bumper could possibly come into play as well. So we'll have to see what happens as we watch these 2 battle it out. They're going to get the 2-to-go signal this time by as they work their way through the S's towards the backstretch. Yeah,
I mean, I think Schingenberg, I don't think a pushback would affect Ashton Wyatt in the sense he's already 11 seconds ahead of Tanner Barsh, so that he should be safe from any kind of penalty there. As they've got them 2 to go, and I think this is, looks like they might be setting up some kind of they're black flagging the lap traffic there. Dutch Westbrook get him safely off of the course as we wait now to see the final couple of laps. Here we go. 2 flags. We've got something really interesting about to happen. We got a meatball for Cole Schingenberg. Oh, no. What's up? Yeah, you can see he's lost the exhaust there now. And Schingenberg is not going to be able to finish this race. And, oh, my God, that is
heartbreak.
A perfect weekend almost for Colin Schingenberg, and it was the exhaust mount, or the exhaust manifold. It looks like it has taken itself off of the cart, and that is a bitter way to end what had been such a good weekend for the number 17 Gary Willis Racing Energy Cart. Almost perfect. He won Heat 1, he won Heat 2, he won the qualifying. He was the fastest, he was leading the race, and now he's going to have to end this race 2 laps from the checkered flag, and that's going to hand the win almost certainly to Ashton Wyatt and your championship winner. Ashton Wyatt in the Allen Racing Academy number 21 cart comfortably out ahead. Now you shift your focus to who's in second. That's Andrew Lee Anastasio in the second position. Tanner Barsh in third. They're looking for a pretty comfortable second and third place finish at this point. Barsh going to fight it out for second at the line as they get the white flag. Here comes Ashton Wyatt, just a comfortable drive through the rest of the field for him. But, I mean, that was shaping up to be a really good fight at the finish, and it's a shame we didn't quite get it.
It really was. I mean, that was going to be exciting, but we'll keep an eye on the battle for P2 now between Andrew Lee Anastasio and Tanner Barsh, who sends it down deep on the inside as they come out of turn 2 and 3. Side-by-side battle as they cross over. Give the position back to Tanner Barsh for second.
Yeah, Barsh in control now. Here comes Anastasio, his best run of the weekend so far. He's going to get himself to second here. Barsh crossing him over down out of the hairpin. He's going to come down towards the double left. Looks like he's not going to go quite defensive enough, but still, Anastasio is going to stay behind him, and now he's comfortably behind now. Second and third is the battle here. Tanner Barsh trying to hang on for all he's got for that second spot. He's been comfortably third all weekend with the DNF for Colin Schingenberg. Now the opportunity presents himself to step one further place up on the podium. Anastasio did not expect a podium from him coming into the weekend or coming into the race. He's going to end up third. It's a win on this race for Ashton Wyatt, but they're side by side for second now, going wheel to wheel. Barsh with an aggressive move to close off the crossover, coming to the line. They're side by side. Give second to Tanner Barsh by only 4/100ths of a second ahead of Andrew Lee Anastasio. Marcelo Flores wraps up your 4 finishers here in Micro Swift, and a heartbreak from Cole Schingenberg. 2 laps from the finish. Still a great effort from him all weekend long, Taylor.
It really was, but unfortunately not the way he would want to cap off his season. But unfortunately, he'll have to try again next year for that opportunity to go for it.
Yeah, Colin Schingenberg, again, a really strong season. One of his best efforts so far all year in TSRS. Another good race for him. Comes up 2 laps short, but he'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. I am 100% sure of that. But Caleb Vieska is back with me in the booth. Caleb, I mean, we're getting set to go for probably the most anticipated race of the weekend. It's KA Winter Senior, sponsored by Exertech. We're getting set for a championship finale, one that's been close between Alex Stanfield and Peyton Phillips all season long. What are you looking forward to this one?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of the closest battles that we've seen all year long here as Peyton Phillips, it currently falls into his hands as Alex Stanfield has not had the weekend that he would have wanted with engine issues, I guess, plaguing his entire weekend this time out. But now we are getting set to go green here with the K100 class. All to play for here for everybody. Aiden Rudolph looking for a top 3 finish in the championship, as well as Adrian Cruz. Jesus Vasquez Jr., the variable that nobody expected this weekend. And he's been the class of the field pretty much. He's been the quickest so far all weekend. And Peyton Phillips in second. Adrian Cruz going to start third. Jake French as well, the factory kart driver for this weekend, helping out Billy Musgrave with a little bit of a prototype chassis that they have for the two-strokes there. Keno Cadena as well, been super fast all weekend long. It's been a weekend where he has really come to life, and Aiden Rudolph as well, looking to take a victory at his hometown track, and in his own backyard, really, for Aiden Rudolph. So it's definitely going to be something, a race to watch, and this is really the main event of the evening here, Emery.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's go through the starting lineup for you. I mean, row number 1, you've got Jesus Vasquez, who has been so good all weekend long. Ended up winning 2 of the 3 heats, finished second in the other one. He starts on the front row. It's Peyton Phillips in second. We'll get into some of the championship clinching positions for Phillips later on, but it does look really good for the i5 Motorsports Performance driver. Then next up, third position for Adrian Cruz, the Cruz Racing Development entry. Jake French making his return to the seat on row number 2. He starts alongside Cruz. Into row number 3, Aiden Rudolph and Noah Baker. Row 4, JD Lamping and Alex Stanfield. Looking down the rest of the grid, a lot of fast contenders here as we get set to go down the tram lines.
It's not going to go this time. It's not going to go this time. The yellow flag is out. I think we have issues at some other parts of the racetrack. So it's not going to go green this time by, but the anticipation continues for this main event. We're going to give you a full grid rundown here. Jesus Vasquez Jr. starts on pole. Peyton Phillips second. Adrian Cruz third. Jake French starting in fourth. Aiden Rudolph, the Burrell Art Allen Rudolph Racing Academy driver, starting fifth. Noah Baker in sixth. JD Lamping seventh. Alex Stanfield down to eighth. Drew Chappell in ninth. And Braden Robertson rounding up your top 10 here, Emery.
Yeah, going down the rest of the grid, Jonathan Bischoff and Ian Howell in row 6, Dallas Dunlap in row 6 to the 4th, row 7, Taylor Roddy, Joey Friend, row 8, Abraham Dean and Dennis McCarthy in row 9, Dimitri Nolan, Kaylin Zahorsky in row 10, Ian Columbus and Wyatt Renfro in row 11, Jake Faulkner, we saw him lose a wheel in the last heat, he starts 23rd alongside Garrett Weaver, Jacob Pollock and Keno Cadena starting on row 13, Cadena going to have to go from deep in the field despite having a lot more pace than that, Sebastian Trejo and Gabby Selden in row 14, and Jonathan Westcott rounds out your field here in K100 Senior.
It's going to be a nail-biter here as we give it another try to go green here in our K8 100 senior class. The anticipation rises, and it's going to stay up there as it's going to be an action-packed race. Jesus Vasquez Jr., the National Motorsports driver, the California kid. A weekend for him where he has really come alive here. We know he has multiple championships as well on the national scene, and this has been another great year for him as we are going to get set to go green this time by. They are going to line up here as Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Peyton Phillips are going to lead us away into the tram lines here. A little bit quick of a start so far. The green flag is most likely going to come out this time, and it does. The green flag is out. Let's go racing in K100 Senior. Jesus Vasquez Jr. to the point of the field early on. Aiden Rudolph trying to work his way through, not close enough. A little bit of a scuffle there for him with Drew Chappell, and that's Adrian Cruz in third, Jake French fourth, and Rudolph falls back to sixth here early on.
Yeah, not a great start. Oh, Rudolph's going over top. Oh, my goodness. And as Aiden Rudolph over the top of Drew Chappell, Noah Baker's in there as well. A couple more guys getting caught up in the back part of the field, but Noah Baker, Aiden Rudolph get together on lap 1 and turn 4, and Rudolph, again, just no ability to get lucky here whatsoever. That's helped out Alex Stanfield. He's up in the top 5 now. Big starts from some of the guys from the back half of the top 15, but what an incident there. Noah Baker and Aiden Rudolph, two of the main contenders out of contention after only half a lap here.
And Drew Chappell, after crocking into the top 10, he's going to be out of this race and slow to get out of his go-kart here. So that's going to be it for Drew Chappell here early in this race. As it stands now, it's Jesus Vasquez Jr. in the lead, Peyton Phillips in second, Jake French is going to go third, Adrian Cruz in fourth, and Alex Stanfield, a weekend that hasn't gone his way so far. He's going to cross the line in fifth. Jacob Polak sixth. In seventh, it's going to be Jonathan Bischoff. Braden Robertson up to eighth. Sebastian Trejo in ninth. And Dallas Dunlap in 10th. But at the moment, still Jesus Vasquez Jr. at the point of this field with Peyton Phillips behind.
All right, let's take a quick look at some of the championship updates at this point. So in order to get to the championship, Alex Stanfield would need to finish at least 64 points ahead of Peyton Phillips in this race, which is a very tall order. It may seem like a little bit of a deception because Stanfield has won every final he's been in this season, but his heat races in a couple of the races were not as good. He also missed the opening round of the season, so even with drops, he's still not in a great position. We see Ian Howell making a move back in the pack. That's behind Joey Friend for about 9th or 10th, I believe. They're all stacked up behind Braden Robertson down in the middle part of the field. So an interesting situation here where Stanfield, despite winning all these races, has to do a lot in this final race to even a shot. And right now it doesn't look like he necessarily has the pace as we see more battling. Joey Friend going down the inside of Sebastian Trejo for the 8th position there.
Yeah, and Braden Robertson further back leading that big train of drivers there. You see him at the top of your screen as a little bit wide there for another one of the Arcane Motorsports CRG entries. But Braden Robertson still leading that front group here away as they continue to try and catch the group ahead of Jesus Vasquez Jr., Peyton Phillips, Jake French as well, who looks super racy here against Peyton Phillips. Let's take a look at that battle. Jake French now catching Peyton Phillips down the back straightaway. Here you have it. It's Jake French still trailing little by little to Peyton Phillips, but it seems like he's beginning to challenge. And I don't know what Jake French and Billy Musgrave figured out here in between sessions because Jake French is absolutely flying here, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, he's run down Peyton Phillips. He looks in great shape here. A 56-2. He's going straight down the inside of Phillips. Makes it look easy there on the I-5 performance driver there. He goes into second now. French digging, trying to get some more. He's got to catch up to Jesus Vasquez now up in the lead.
And after a year out of the seat for Jake French, it seems like he has not missed a beat because he is going purple lap by lap, goes faster every time by, a 56.229 for him, 0.3 quicker than Jesus Vasquez Jr. last time by, and he continues to catch the California kid. It seems like Jake French didn't even miss a year because he is absolutely flying here, Emery.
Yeah, Jake French doing a really nice job here, just having so much pace aboard that factory cart here. I mean, Jake French trying to pull Peyton Phillips along, but French has just got so much speed aboard that machine. I mean, he is flying right now. A 56.2 that last time through, that was insane. This time through, it looks maybe a little bit slower. It looks like Phillips has been able to hang on over the second half of this lap, so we'll see what French can do. I mean, Vasquez has been under control so much in this race, and now Jesus Vasquez turns up the wick a bit at 56.1. That extends the gap a couple of tenths here on this lap.
Yeah, really good lap there by Jesus Vasquez Jr. to give an answer to Jake French, who was the fastest man on track a lap ago. He did have to pass Peyton Phillips in the previous lap, so that's going to slow him down here a little bit as Peyton Phillips still holding on there to Jake French, and I think Peyton Phillips is going to be content to push Jake French along to try and catch right back up to Jesus Vasquez Jr. as they're going to attempt, I guess. Peyton Phillips, this is going to be important for him in the championship to come out with the race win here. And looking back at Alex Stanfield, still holding strong here with with not too much of a gap behind to Braden. It's actually a big gap to Braden Robertson behind and a big gap to Adrian Cruz ahead. So definitely for him, it's been a lonely race so far as he's going to try and catch up to Adrian Cruz, who is in a good spot for his championship battle with Aiden Rudolph to finish third.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. I mean, Stanfield at this point, of course, gunning for that free entry to Super Nationals 26 here. I think right now Peyton Phillips looks to be in good shape for that, again, unofficially based off of the points that we're seeing. But we'll see what Stanfield can do. He's looked a little bit better in this race, but still about 7 tenths down per lap from what these guys up at the front are doing. So he's got a long way to go if he wants to try to recover some points.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and I forgot to mention that as well as some of the championship prizes here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. The winner of the KA100 senior class will get a free entry to the Super Nationals 25 whenever we get set to go green here. For that in November, that's going to be an amazing race. I mean, for Alex Stanfield, that's currently, I guess, falling out of his hands here at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Alex Stanfield has a lot of work to do if he wants to get that free entry to Super Nats. So we'll see how that goes, but certainly he's got a lot to do. I mean, he might have to reverse time about a year to get back to Super Nats 25. But
yeah, that was my mistake. So we're going to Super Nats 26 this year.
Yeah, but I mean, Stanfield just trying to hustle that cart. Peyton Phillips has gone back by Jake French in the meantime. If we can focus in on those two up in second and third. I mean, Phillips still just doing what he can to get up to Jesus Vasquez, who is just driving his race, doing so well. I mean, Vasquez all weekend long has had the dominant performance. He's led so many laps of the three heats. He won 2 of the 3, and now he's looking really comfortable in that cart.
Yeah, and J.D. Lamping leads his second group behind Alex Stanfield. Further back in the field with Braden Robertson in the mix as well, and another one of the Slipstream racing drivers, Joey Friend, in that group as well. J.D. Lamping still currently leads that group. On your screen now, you see J.D. Lamping at the lead of the group. It's Joey Friend behind him and Braden Robertson as well, plagued with motor issues all weekend long. Hasn't been able to show all his cards here. He said he's comfortable with the kart, but he can't show enough because the engine won't allow him to. But he's still trying to push forward and work his way up because I know he's going to want to finish as high up in the championship as he can here. As you see Braden Robertson beginning to catch Joey Friend ahead of him, and you see Aiden Rudolph right back up the field. Aiden Rudolph with a pass to Sebastian Trejo, so move Aiden Rudolph back into the top 10. And it's been a recovery drive for him after an early incident at the beginning of this race with Drew Chappell.
Yeah, this has been about as quick as we've seen Aiden Rudolph be since qualifying. He's all the way up to the back end of the top 10, and time-wise, he's running quicker than anyone other than Jesus Vasquez out there in the KA Senior Fields. You see him go for another one that's inside the top 10 as well. So move him up to 9th there. I believe that was on Jacob Pollock there. So a good run through the field for Aiden Rudolph. He's up there right behind Braden Robertson and Joey Friend as he tries to set his sights upwards through the field. And it looks like if he has enough time, he might be able to get towards Alex Stanfield. He's got about 3 seconds to make up and 3 spots to make up, which is a lot. But with the pace he's going, he might have a shot at it.
Yeah, and Aiden's main battle here is with Adrian Cruz for the P3 in the championship here. So Aiden definitely going to try and work his way through the field as now that time by Aiden Rudolph goes purple with a 55.806. Able to work his way around Braden Robertson there into turn number 2, signaling Braden Robertson to push him forward. But I think Aiden has way more pace in the CRG of Braden Robertson ahead. And now Joey Friend going to fall into the clutches of the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy driver of Aiden Rudolph. Let's see when Aiden Rudolph is going to decide to make the move here as J.D. Lamping there at the point of this group. Aiden Rudolph going to wait for his time to make the move here on Joey Friend here, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, Aiden Rudolph, talking about that battle for third with Adrian Cruz, would need a good bit of help because, I mean, looking at it, Cruz is about 170 points ahead, or 120 points ahead of Aiden Rudolph. So we're talking about 10, 11 spots different here. And unfortunately, Rudolph's in the all other direction. He needs to find some more, but there's no doubting the pace aboard the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Burrell Art. I mean, he is absolutely flying right now. 55.8 the last time through. Stuck in traffic this time. He's going to get one more. He gets by Joey Friend for 7th. Looks like he's going to try to cross over, but I think Rudolph has him covered, and now he'll set his sights on J.D. Lamping in that 6th spot.
Yeah, J.D. Lamping next up here for Aiden Rudolph, and like you mentioned, he may have time to catch right back up to Alex Stanfield, currently in P2 in the championship here. I think falling back to P3 this weekend with Adrian Cruz, a solid weekend for him, kept his nose clean. Haven't heard too much about Adrian Cruz, but he has been consistent all year long with a couple of podiums at his hometown race, including in Denton, Texas, where he graduated, I guess, the day before. He had a race for the title of NTK there at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And now J.D. Lamping falling under fire from Aiden Rudolph here. Let's see when Aiden Rudolph is going to be able to find the gap to maybe go here on J.D. Lamping. We've seen Aiden Rudolph's favorite passing spot is turn number 2. Is it going to go this time by for Aiden Rudolph down the inside? He's going to be clear now of J.D. Lamping. So move Aiden Rudolph up another spot, up in a P6, and you see him giving the signal to J.D. Lamping to push him forward here as Aiden Rudolph with a handful of pace in that Allen Rudolph Racing Academy machine.
Yeah, Rudolph has found just so much pace over the course of this weekend, and we can see now that Rudolph continues to find even more. He's been able to pull just a little bit of a gap. Now back to J.D. Lamping. A good run for Lamping here in the final. He's found some more pace compared to what he was showing early on in the weekend, but I want to focus back on the battle for second real quickly as we see Peyton Phillips has been able, again, to find some extra speed compared to Jake French now, and you can see them running together. They're doing 55.8s. Jesus Vasquez is in first. So they've started to match the pace running of Vasquez. As we see another lap, and I say that Vasquez puts another 10th on the field. I mean, he's in his own dimension this week. I don't know why I tried to suggest otherwise, but I mean, we're seeing Jesus Vasquez put on a show. But Phillips and French having a good little battle between themselves. They're pulling away from Adrian Cruz at a pretty fast rate. All of them are pulling away from Alex Stanfield. And then, I mean, you're looking at 2 of the best drivers here this weekend, and Peyton Phillips and Jake French, but I don't think they're going to have anywhere near enough to challenge Jesus Vasquez for the win.
Yeah, it seems like Jesus Vasquez Jr. has been in a world of his own all weekend long. The Nash Motorsports entry here, the California kid, the last time by for him, a 55.765. Like you said, Emery, you think Peyton Phillips and Jake French are going to start to catch, but Jesus Vasquez Jr. continues to turn up the pace here, and he's been in a class of his own this weekend. It seems like him and that National Motorsports team are absolutely dialed here that weekend. Under the P1 engine's tent this weekend for Vasquez Jr., and he seems to be absolutely dialed as he sets in more fast times here. For Peyton Phillips and Jake French, they currently sit at a 2/10 for Jake French, slower than Jesus Vasquez Jr., who stays in the lead of this race here. Aiden Rudolph now beginning to catch Alex Stanfield here for that P5 spot. Let's see if we can take a look at that battle now pretty soon here as they're going in there to the short chute now. It's Aiden Rudolph right there, beginning to catch Alex Stanfield here for that 5th spot in this race. It's been a recovery drive all race long here for Aiden Rudolph after early incidents here, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, Aiden Rudolph is absolutely flying right now. Like, he is going at a pace where he might even catch up to Adrian Cruz if he makes a move on Stanfield quick enough. I mean, we're talking 2-3 seconds or 2 to 3 tenths a lap quicker on a minimum, up to about 7 tenths quicker than Stanfield at certain points. He is the fastest kart not named Jesus Vasquez Jr. in the field. You can see side by side, into the corner, not even going to be a contest. Stanfield just gets blown by there. Now Rudolph sets his sights on Adrian Cruz. He's got about 4 to 5 laps to do something with it. So we'll see here down the straight if Stanfield can do anything about the charge from the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy entry.
Yeah, and Aiden has been super quick here. Now going to have his sights set on Adrian Cruz, who's up next for him. Up into the 4th spot. He's going to have a minute plus 2 laps to go here for Aiden Rudolph. So it should really be 3 laps to go here in this race for Aiden Rudolph to try and catch right back up to Adrian Cruz, who is ahead. Last time by for Aiden Rudolph was a lap time of a 55.842, faster, a 100th of a second faster than Jesus Vasquez Jr. And now I'm just wondering what it could have been for Aiden Rudolph, you know, if he didn't have that incident early on in this race here, Emery.
Yeah, I think it goes into a season of what-ifs for Aiden Rudolph. I mean, we've seen this a lot where it's just like he has the pace at just about every race he goes to, but it's just little things, and it's not necessarily mistakes every time. Sometimes it's just plain bad luck, but I think that it's one of those things where, as a racing driver, you can have all the skill in the world, all the talent, and it just doesn't come together for you, whether it be your own decisions or just simply plain bad luck, equipment failure, whatever it is. So we're seeing a lot going down here. As you can see, Stanfield under fire. Here comes J.D. Lamping, going to push him a little bit wide there. Stanfield going to have to fight for his life now for that 6th position.
Yeah, not the best weekend for Alex Stanfield as well. I mean, like he mentioned to you, and it seems like not able to, I guess, make up the pace here in this main event, as J.D. Lamping now has been able to get around that Gary Willis Racing entry of Alex Stanfield, and is going to get passed now by Joey Friend in the Arcane Motorsports CRG. So move Joey Friend up another spot, and Alex Stanfield, the disappointment continues.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, not great for Alex Stanfield. He continues to just lose spots. He's trying and trying and trying as we go down towards the 2 laps of racing to go. Jesus Vasquez has been dominant this weekend. I mean, this is not even close here. You can see there's the battle for second. Peyton Phillips racing against Jake French. Phillips still keeps the track position ahead of French, who's right there until Aiden Rudolph that last time through. How about 5 tenths of a second? He's going to get almost up there to Adrian Cruz by the end of the race. Don't know if it's going to be quite enough for him. And, man, I mean, for Adrian Cruz, that's one of the most sinking feelings in karting. When you have someone catching you by 4 or 5 tenths a lap, you're just praying for that 2-to-go signal. Then after that, you can kind of plan everything out, which he's gotten to that point. But he'll know that Rudolph is coming quick.
Yeah, and Aiden Rudolph, like you said, almost half a second quicker than Adrian Cruz, who is currently in the 4th spot here. Is going to be safe for that battle of P3 in the championship. On your screen here is Jake French and Peyton Phillips. Just unfortunately could not make up the time to Jesus Vasquez Jr. in the lead of this race, as Jesus Vasquez Jr. this time by going to take the white flag across the line. The National Motorsports P1 Engines entry is across the line, and this is the final time around for Jesus Vasquez Jr. It's Peyton Phillips in 2nd. Jake French in 3rd here, a year hiatus for him, and now he's back. And it seems like he never left because he's still in 3rd place here, and he's continued to compete against these young guns of Peyton Phillips, being a SCUSA champion himself.
Yeah, this might not be a win for Jake French, but it sure does feel like a really good result for him. I mean, he's been in the top 3 all weekend long. It's a prototype factory motorsports ride here on the factory kart here from Jake French. We'll see what he can do here in these last couple of corners. But regardless, we got one more kart off the track there, and you can also see a lot going on here. Peyton Phillips under fire, but it looks like Jake French is kind of content to just chill back in 3rd. This is all going on for 2nd. Now French going to try to hold the outside, not quite going to be able to get there. He's going to try a last-minute crossover here. Double checkers in the air for Jesus Vasquez. He does a celebration. Nice one there for Jesus Vasquez Jr. Peyton Phillips comes home for second. French in third. We're going to see the battle of the line. Rudolph has caught Adrian Cruz, but it's not going to be enough. Adrian Cruz finishes off in fourth. Rudolph in fifth. The rest of the field goes through. Lamping, Friend, Stanfield, Robertson, and Jacob Pollock rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, a great recovery drive there by Aiden Rudolph. He almost got around Adrian Cruz there in the final lap of the race. Not close enough there, but Jesus Vasquez Jr. wins in Houston here in the K100 senior class presented by Exertech. It's been an action-packed weekend of racing here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series fall finale. Still championship Sunday, and for Peyton Phillips, a championship for him here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series after he was the Winter Tour champion in the SCUSA Winter Tour Series there. So good for Peyton Phillips to pick up another championship this year. Good for him. And when we come back, we are going to go racing with our Mini Swift class. Don't go anywhere. We are live on Kart Chaser.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture and see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
We're back again here for the final round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series here at Speed Sports. It's a mini Swift sponsored by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, getting set to take the course here for their 15-minute plus 2-lap final here as we get set to go for what has been an exciting class so far this weekend, it must be said. And Nico Orbezo, again, starting on the pole. He's looked the best out of really anyone all weekend long. Has a heat race win, a second, and I believe a third or fourth in the first heat to go along with it. So he's looked good, but it was Carson Berry who is firmly in the championship battle, starting alongside him on the front row. Row number 2 sees Pasha Ali against Mason Berry. Looking down the rest of the grid, you got some more guys up there as well. Emerson Lane back there in the number 150 machine. He'll start alongside Simon Klein. Down the rest of the grid, guys such as Cardo Milbrat and Rodolfo Levin Jr. Sawyer Chambers back there in about the 8th position. Down through the rest of the grid, getting set to go for the tram lines. We got a green here, and it is into the race lead. Nico Orbezo, Pasha Ali, and Emerson Lane all from the inside. Lane's going to try down the inside of Pasha Ali, push him a little bit wide. Ali's on the grass. Ali's almost spinning. He saves it. What great kart control from the Sodi kart driver, but it's going to put him all the way back at the back of the grid. As you can see now, Emerson Lane under attack here from Carson Berry as Berry makes his move into second. Now, for some backstory, this has been one of the most exciting classes all weekend long. We've seen really 3 to 4 guys at any one point have had the pace to run up at the front of the field. And, I mean, you're talking about a class with a lot of fast drivers. Orbezo overcooks it a little bit. Carson Berry going to cross him over on exit there. You can see the energy card driver for Gary Willis trying to make a move. We talked to Alex Stanfield in his race earlier. Now just Carson Berry. Berry trying to the inside, does not have it going. But we talked to Alex earlier, and he was talking about just how many improvements the Berry brothers have made over the last year. So to get themselves in this position where both of them have a shot at this championship position. And speaking of the championship, I feel like it's worth noting this is a very close championship battle. I mean, we're looking through between all of these guys that are up at the front of the field. I mean, someone like Carson Berry comes into the championship hunt having missed one race, whereas his brother didn't miss a race, and he ends up about 9 points ahead coming into the weekend. We'll see what happens here. He's going for the lead now, gets the lead. Emerson Lane follows him through with him. So these two guys at the front, there's Mason Berry back in the 5th position, your provisional points leader. He's up there as well. So, again, this is all going to play out here, but it's early pickings for all of these guys as you see Carson Berry leading the train of 4 go-karts. Then behind them, got the likes of, well, it looks to be Sawyer Chambers back there in about 5th or 6th, and the rest of the grid working itself out. But Carson Berry up at the front of the field leading a 4-car train. Emerson Lane into the 2nd spot. Nico Orbezo into 3rd. And Mason Berry rounding out your top 4. It's a full-on Berry sandwich here in the top 4 as we get set to go for another lap down in the books here. Carson Berry looks so comfortable leading this race. He is up at the front of the field. He's got a 1/10 of a second lead over Emerson Lane, who's right there. Nico Orbezo, Mason Berry, Sawyer Chambers has worked himself up into 5th. Again, that's critical for Chambers. Had a rough run through the heat races with a DQ and a couple of incidents going on for him. So he'll have a lot of work to make up here. Now we see Mason Berry going to the inside. He gets 3rd here. Mason Berry up into the 3rd place. The Gary Willis Racing Energy Card, just like his brother, making moves early in this race as Lane tries down the inside of Carson Berry, but not quite able to make it happen, Taylor.
No, he's not. He's going to try to have to take his time a little bit. He's got plenty of time to try to see if he can set up a pass. But here comes Nicholas Orbezo with a big run now. He actually falls back to P4, and Mason Berry moves up to P3 as they work down the back straightaway. So Emerson Lane is now in the very thick of it with the Berry brothers as they snake their way out of the final couple of corners here. 12 minutes plus 2 laps left to go as they come across the line. Lane gets a good run off that corner, gets right on the back bumper of Carson Berry as they head off into 1.
Yeah, and you can see it right there. This is all coming to fruition here. Mason Berry, we talked with Stanfield earlier in the day, and we noticed that he had an engine change in heat number 2. Honestly, got a little bit lucky there by the rain delay last night as it allowed them to change the engine and have minimal penalty. He got to go through heat 2 and 3 with the new engine. He's been so fast since changing that motor. So Mason Berry's come alive here as he gets dirt on his tires, dropping a wheel. But you're seeing now him trying to weave and get that off of there, and it's still a 4-kart battle. Carson Berry has a lot of good pace at the lead of this race, but he's not able to pull away from the 3 behind him.
No, he's not. He's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to try to pull away. He might be actually, hopefully, maybe wait for his brother Mason to get around Emerson Lane, and the two Energy Kart drivers can pull away as here comes Lane with a big head of steam. He'll look to the inside, shows the nose. This opens the door for Mason Berry to try to get in the mix as they snake their way out of the S's, coming to the front straightaway. So far, no opening, but Emerson Lane tries to stick his nose in. Can't do it. He'll just give Carson Berry a little bit of a push.
Yeah, this should be interesting to watch here. I mean, they're continuing to work together. This is smart racing from all four of them, really. I mean, you're looking at really four guys that have all had some experience running at the front of the field. Emerson Lane, again, this weekend has struggled a little bit for raw pace, so he knows that leading the race might not be the smartest idea for him. So just getting in second, trying to push Carson Berry up through the lead could be the way to go. And also, the more that these guys, the Berry brothers, continue to push, the better off it favors them compared to guys further down the field. If you saw your Chambers is racing them in points, he's 5th right now, running a time that's a lot slower than they are. So if they can continue to push, it could be the difference in the point standings here.
It is going to be a big swing in the point standings. Sawyer Chambers is all by himself in that 5th position, and here's the pass for second place. Mason Berry is now into P2 behind his brother Carson, as the two Berry brothers will now try to work together and pull away from Emerson Lane and Nicholas Orbezo as they come across the start-finish line. Now you see Mason look to the outside, crosses over to the inside. He tries to make the stick work, completes the pass. His brother Carson will follow through. And now the Berry brothers now back up 1-2, but rolls reverse. Mason leading, Carson in second.
First time all week. Whoa! My
big send.
Goodness. That was a 3-wide moment there. Orbezo and Lane tried to send it in on Carson Berry. Everyone ends up unscathed, but the big loser and all that is Nico Orbezo, who lost the lead pack. That was a really aggressive move. Maybe a touch over ambitious there. Almost ended up an incident, but everything ends up all right. Now Lane trying to the inside, and Mason Berry almost pushes him wide. They come out of the kink. That's going to allow Carson to get to the inside. Lane looks over, sees him coming. Not going to be able to get it done, though. So Emerson Lane hangs on to second for the moment, and what was a 3-kart group is now, or a 4-kart group is now a 3-kart group.
You said for a moment, because I think Mr. Mason Berry is going to be a little bit, or Carson Berry is going to be like, what in the world are we doing, dude, on less than 10 minutes to go? Yeah, still a lot of time, but it's also still very early in the race. You don't want to be making mistakes like that. As we see here comes the driver of Emerson Lane thinking about taking him 3 wide. Now here comes Nicholas Orbezo back in the mix. He wants that 3rd spot. Here comes Lane around the outside. Oh, Berry gets loose. He has to gather it back up. That'll drop him back to P2.
For better or worse, Emerson Lane is going at it right now. I mean, he is sending it every which way. It's working out so far as we got one in the dirt. Oh, no. Is that I think that's Mason Berry. Got through contact, is out of the race, out way down the order. Now he's going to get put back on the track in about 7th or 8th, but a disaster. He's going to pull straight in, and with that, oh, no. One of your main championship contenders came into the race only 9 points behind his brother, had a very good chance that the championship is now going to have to finish at best 3rd in the points now. So a disaster striking for Mason Berry. Unfortunate for the young Gary Willis Racing driver, but it is what it is, I guess, now as Carson Berry has to go through and fight on his own against Nico Orbezo and Emerson Lane here for the win.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough fight now as Orbezo has to try to work with Carson Berry to see if those two can work together to hunt down Emerson Lane, and we'll see how that plays out. Will we see Carson get a little bit aggressive like Emerson did to him, or will he try to be the one who takes a little bit of a different route and tries to get him the best way and quickly as possible as we watch on? We're going to drop back to P4 as Nicholas Sawyer and Pasha Ali are battling for that spot. Sawyer's trying to close in, but with those 3 battling there, Emery, it is bringing Sawyer Chambers a little bit closer.
Yeah, Sawyer Chambers going to have to find a little bit more pace, but I think he's got at least a decent chance of continuing to get up there if they continue to battle, but they're all a bit spread out right now. So Carson Berry now is in second. Emerson Lane leading this race. Nico Orbezo in the 3rd spot. Sawyer Chambers, again, with Pasha Ali and tail. They're trying to make up moves. Ali's been so fast. Is he going to go for the inside here on Sawyer Chambers? Gets the job done into turn number 1. Move Pasha Ali back to 4th position. All weekend long, he struggled on the starts. He struggled at times with the racecraft. But when he gets his sights set, that Sodi kart is really quick.
It really is, and that Sodi kart has been phenomenal all year long with a lot of great opportunities and victories in this 2023 campaign across the world. So good to see that this manufacturer is stepping up and looking to try to come here to the U.S. both nationally and regionally to showcase this amazing chassis.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's really good to see that kind of development from the chassis side of things. And the more brands that we can have up at the front of the field here in the U.S., the better, to be honest. And I think Pasha Ali is showing just how good that Sodi Kart can be in the cadet ranks. And we've seen Josh Bergman have really good success with it. We've seen Zane Burgess, Maxwell Macha, all of them have had good success this season so far. So for Pasha Ali, this has been so good to see him run towards the front throughout the national schedule. And we're seeing now that pace. I mean, he might have a shot here of catching the top 3 if they battle enough.
He's going to try his best to. He's got a little bit of help from Sawyer Chambers. Those two are going to try to work together to hunt down your top 3. A little further back, you'll find Cadro Milbrandt and Rodolfo Lavin Jr. and Simon Klein. This is 6th, 7th, and 8th battling for the 6th spot. Those 3 trying to see if they can work their way maybe into a top 5 finish today.
Yeah, it could be interesting to watch between all of them, but certainly, I mean, we're seeing really, I think the top 3 have kind of settled down a little bit. This race has become a little bit more obsolete, but certainly guys like Cardo Milbrandt continuing to fight their way forward and just try to get some laps here in mini. I mean, they've had a little bit of a rough weekend, those guys kind of in the middle part of the top 10, but we'll see what they can do here down the stretch.
Watching on air with 5 minutes left to go in your Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swift category for the TSRS Fall Finale here at SpeedSportz Motorsports Park in New Caney, Texas. As we watch the field battle it out here, this is the battle for the race lead. Emerson Lane, Carson Berry. We're going to see who comes out on top for this one here. As Emerson Lane looks over the shoulder, Barry tries to see if he can set himself up. Same spot. He's going to send it in. Crossover possible in play. Not going to work this time for Emerson. He's going to stay tucked up behind with the 110 of Carson Berry.
Yeah, Carson Berry showing a lot of patience here with that speed. They've dropped Nico Orbezo a little bit over the last few laps. Barry going to see if he can now try to pull away from Emerson Lane a little bit. Lane had the lead for a while. Now Barry is going to be able to settle in. We'll see if he wins this race. He's going to be in a very good position for the points. I mean, we were talking about someone that picked up the 2nd most points during the heat. He'd put in another 200 points to get him 1,099 points for the season, presumably maybe 10 more for fastest lap. I mean, we're talking about someone that would at that point wrap up the championship. The real question is, how does that impact Sawyer Chambers? Chambers has now hung on to Pasha Ali. It looks like 4th or 5th is the best that they're going to be able to do. So really, his championship might just depend on what Carson Berry can do at the front of the field, because if Berry wins this, he's winning the championship, no doubt about it. That is all she wrote. But if he slips to 2nd or 3rd, that's when it gets really interesting, because we're suddenly looking at a situation where he could end up on 1,079 points, and there's a real chance that Sawyer Chambers ends up right around that point as well.
It's going to be a close one here as we watch this battle for the race lead, as now Carson has retaken the race lead once again as they snake their way towards the back straightaway here, as 9 karts are still out on the track. Mason Berry is only kart out of the event. As we watch this battle for the race lead, 3 minutes, 10 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps, as here comes Emerson Lane with a big run. He'll try to see if he can get to the inside, not close enough to make anything work. Nicolas Orbezo watches on in the catbird seat, seeing if he can maybe capitalize on a mistake that either one of these two make in the closing minutes.
Yeah, depending on how this works out for these two guys, I mean, we could see Carson Berry potentially fall into the clutches of Nico Orbezo as well as Emerson Lane, who's already up there. And so to put things in perspective on the points battle right now, Sawyer Chambers came into this weekend at 865 points, having missed a race. Carson Berry came in with 809 points, missing a race. Mason Berry at 1,030. With Mason Berry's DNF, he's effectively locked out of the championship unless both of these guys crash at the front. Sawyer Chambers finished 8th overall across the 3 heat races, which means that he would pick up 58 points, and compared to Mason Berry or Carson Berry's 90 points. So that 32-point advantage that Carson Berry had in the heats puts him in a situation where he now comes into this race only about 24 points behind, which means if he finishes 2nd and Sawyer Chambers finishes 5th, Berry's still the champion. If Berry finishes 2nd and Chambers finishes 4th, then Chambers is the champion. If he wins, Carson Berry is the champion, no matter what happens with Sawyer Chambers, short of anything like 2nd and 3rd crashing out. So as of now, in the positions they run, Carson Berry wins the championship. But it is worth watching that battle for 4th behind them, where you see Pasha Ali possibly looking for a move or looking ahead of Sawyer Chambers, because if that were to happen, if Chambers were to get by Ali for that 4th spot, then suddenly Carson Berry could find himself in a situation where he loses the championship if he loses the spot to Emerson Lane.
going to be critical to see how this will play out here. Under a minute and a half left to go. As we watch on, there's Pasha Ali battling it with Sawyer Chambers. This is the battle for P4 out on the circuit as they snake their way through the S's towards the back straightaway.
Yeah, and continuing to look at this battle, I mean, Pasha Ali has pulled a little bit of a gap out to Sawyer Chambers. I'm sure no one would be more of a fan of that than Carson Berry and the Gary Willis Racing Camp. I mean, seeing that happen, Pasha Ali, like we said earlier, has a lot of pace, and he is running a really good race here. He got shuffled back all the way to the back of the grid at the start of this one. So the more that he's able to just settle in here and get pulled away, I'm sure Sawyer Chambers has that deflating feeling where he's trying everything he can. He's been fast all weekend. He's been fast this season in general, but it just has not quite come to fruition for him here in this final event. Of course, he's not running that slow. He's still only about 4/10 a lap slower than Pasha Ali, but he needs to find something and find something quick here. As in the meantime, Carson Berry and Emerson Lane trying to do battle. Nico Orbezo is not that far behind, so Orbezo has stayed relatively in touch. I think he's maybe not quite as quick as he was earlier in the weekend, but still within striking distance if these two were to battle. But having said that, Carson Berry just had a really good back section to pull away from Emerson Lane a little bit there.
Last time by, they ran almost identical lap times. Carson Berry just a tick slower than Emerson Lane, a 1 minute 16.61 for Emerson Lane. As they come across to get the 2 to go signal, let's see how this battle unfolds between the future stars of karting. As Mini Swift works their way through, here comes Emerson Lane. He tries to cross him over on turn 2. Couldn't get it done out of turn 3. Has to now tuck up behind to see if he can set up a run through turn 4 and into the hairpin. Goes around the long way to see if he can build some momentum. He gets a little bit to the inside, but not able to make it work as they head down to the back half of the course.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting. Oh, he's going to cross him over. Emerson Lane with the crossover. Here comes Nico Orbezo. Lane's going to try to cut down on Carson Berry. They're going to cross over again. 3 wide coming into the left-handed boot there. Berry's going to maintain the lead. Orbezo into second. Here comes Emerson Lane pushing Orbezo from behind. Who's he going to go with here? He's going to choose to push Berry through. They're side-by-side coming in for second. Lane's going to push through. Now he's going to go inside. They're 3 wide. Oh! Oh, no. Nico Orbezo gets thrown out of the cart. That is a bad crash there, and we're almost certainly hoping for the best here for Nico Orbezo as they all 3 came together. And we're going to get a red flag here. White flag in the air, but almost certainly going to be we're going to be stopping the racing here. That was scary there for Nico Orbezo, the Iron Rock Motorsports driver, off the track with a massive flip. And I think we're going to stop action for the moment here as we continue on waiting for the conclusion of this Mini Swift race as we wait to see how this one wraps up.
Yep, we're going to keep an eye on the leader. Officials are making their way over to him right now. So as we watch this battle for the race lead here on the final lap, it is still going to be Pasha Ali who has taken over the race lead here as they work their way around the circuit.
Yeah, Pasha Ali, I mean, like we mentioned, got shuffled off the track at the start of the race. Now in a position to possibly collect the race win. Sawyer Chambers has seen his championship hopes go in one lap and completely twist, but we're not worried about that. We're worried about Nico Orbezo, but in the meantime, a good win from Pasha Ali to wrap up the Mini Swift season here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. I just wanted to make an official announcement about the ending of that mini Swift category race. The driver of the number 158 machine, Nicolas Orbezo, has been checked out, is being brought back. He is okay and fine. Obviously, really good to see that after a scary incident. I repeat, the driver of the number 158 machine is okay at the end of that incident at the mini Swift race. So we're going to continue to get the track cleaned up, continue to get everything sorted out before we get going with our next main event, which is the 206 Heavy.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture and see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
We're getting set to go green here with the 206 heavy class. Up next, presented by Maxwell Paper Products. On pole position, it's going to be Ross Smith. Alongside him, it's going to be Jesse Gwynn. Behind them, it's Kyle Hill. Michaela Bradley starts in 4th. Max Martinez in 5th. And in 6th, it's going to be Noah Murphy. And Nick Miller is going to round up your field here in 206 heavy. For those of you concerning the last race, Nicholas Orbezo is okay and was able to walk off from that of that incident. So good to see that that he was able to walk away from that, as we are getting set to go green here with 206 heavy, presented by Maxwell Paper Products. Ross Smith and Jesse Gwynn are going to lead us away here. Taylor joining me here for this race of 206 heavy. It's been all Ross Smith all weekend long, able to fend off Jesse Gwynn, who was able to take the heat number 2 win, as they are going to come into the tram lines now. It's going to be Ross Smith taking the green flag here. We're going to wait for Porter to give us the green, and the green flag is out. We are racing here in 206 heavy. It's Ross Smith with a great start. Kyle Hale as well. Not the best start for Jesse Gwynn on the outside. Can he make it stick on Michaela Bradley? Not close enough, and Michaela Bradley's turned around. Not what Michaela Bradley would have wanted, and it's not been the weekend that she would have wanted at all, and you can see how deflated she is there. So not the best start for Michaela Bradley. Ross Smith with a dream start for him, and Jesse Gwynn going to have to make up a spot once again to Kyle Hale after he could not get a good start on the outside row here, Taylor.
Here he comes, though. Jesse Gwynn to the inside. Move him back up to P2 as he takes that away from Kyle Hale as they work their way through the S's, heading to the back straightaway. But Ross Smith already checked out in another zip code by the looks of it, by how much of a lead he has.
Yeah, a big lead here for Ross Smith early on after that start for Jesse Gwynn. Hasn't been able to get the starts done on the outside, as now Nick Miller looking for a move on Kyle Hale. Nick Miller down the inside, thinks better of it, decides to wait here for a bit behind Kyle Hale. So he's going to decide to wait, and Kyle Hale's going to remain on to that, hold on to that P3 spot, and Jesse Gwynn has his sights set on Ross Smith, as Ross Smith with a great start for him.
Currently right now, as they come across the line, Ross Smith has just about, I would say, 2 to 3/10 of a lead over the next driver behind him, which is Jesse Gwynn, as they work their way down the short chute over towards the hairpin. So Ross Smith just has to keep logging laps to continue this dominant run he's had all season long in your 206 heavy class.
Yeah, it's been all Ross Smith pretty much all year long, and Jesse Gwynn has been one of the contenders here to contend and fight against Ross Smith this weekend, as we've seen many try all year long, but Ross Smith was able to take wins in Denton, in Amarillo, if I'm not mistaken here, as well as he missed Odessa, so Noah Murphy was able to take that win, and Noah Murphy now finds himself in P5 behind Max Martinez, as now Max going to look for a move here on Nick Miller, not close enough to do it this time by, with Kyle Hale still leading this second group here of Kyle Hale, Nick Miller, Max Martinez, and Noah Murphy further back.
Noah Murphy trying to see if he can find his way around Kyle Hale and the rest of the field as they come across the line. Jesse Gwynn still holds strong in that second place. Max Martinez, though, looking to see what he can do as they work their way around the circuit, heading out into turn 2. Big move around the outside for Max Martinez.
It was actually Noah Murphy trying to go down the inside on Max Martinez, but cannot get it done. Seems like he got bogged down there on that curb, so that's going to slow down Noah Murphy a ton. And focusing back to our battle for the lead here, it's Jesse Gwynn beginning to close down that gap to Ross Smith. That gap now at 3 kart lengths from Ross Smith and Jesse Gwynn here. Jesse Gwynn, the VLR factory driver, we heard from I guess his team owner of Jeff Shaw, who he's here with this weekend. He was telling us that they've made a big push from Nevada to bring these drivers out here, and it's good to see that Jesse Gwynn contending now for a race win here, and let's wish the best of luck to Jeff Shaw and the entire VLR team, as they are going to contend, I guess, further up in the field for the race win today in the 206 senior class here, as we continue on forward with Jesse Gwynn, the current VLR factory driver, who is now arrived on the scene here on Ross Smith, all over the rear bumper now of Ross Smith, and you see Ross Smith give the signal to Jesse Gwynn. They have been really respectful to each other all weekend long. It was Ross Smith with the purple lap time, but Jesse Gwynn going to snag it away with a 104.335 for him. Good lap for Jesse Gwynn there as he continues to make up time to Ross Smith. is going to be patient here, and I think Jesse Gwynn is going to decide to push him down the whole way through, and maybe not. Down the inside, tries to go Jesse Gwynn. He's going to be on the outside to the double left-hander. Can he get the move done? It's not going to be enough to make the move on Ross Smith, who stays in the lead of this race, Taylor.
He's going to stay in there for now as he tries to hold on and maintain the race lead. Jesse Gwynn now goes back to playing follow the leader for the time being as they work their way down the back straightaway, gets right up onto the back bumper to push him and try to give more separation between these two drivers and the rest of the field. So that way, when it comes down to it later on, they can just battle amongst themselves without any worry or have to hesitate in case of letting in some of the other drivers who are further back.
Yeah, of course, and you see a little bit of side-by-side action there with Jesse Gwynn and Ross Smith. I don't think Jesse Gwynn's going to wait this time because he's looking for the move down the inside on Ross Smith. He's there. He's going to get clear of Ross Smith. So move Jesse Gwynn up into the lead of this race here. A very nice and timed move there by Jesse Gwynn. And I think the gloves are off here in between Jesse Gwynn and Ross Smith because Jesse Gwynn nor Ross Smith is going to want to wait. I think they're going to fight it out here. Ross Smith, a little look over his shoulder. He sees that Kyle Hale is further back as Nick Miller now looking for a move. Not close enough on that group further back. But new leader here, Jesse Gwynn, the VLR driver, is up in a P1. Ross Smith down a P2. Kyle Hale still leads that second group ahead of Nick Miller, Max Martinez, and Noah Murphy.
Noah Murphy having a great run through here as he holds into that 6th spot and then work their way around the circuit as we watch Kyle Hale hold that 3rd position. Nick Miller 4th, Max Martinez rounding out your top 5.
Max Martinez now looking super racy here with Nick Miller as he looks for a move down the inside. Noah Murphy's going to try and follow him through. It's Max Martinez up in a P4 here. So move the driven Ricardo Kart up in a P4. And now he's going to have his sights set on Kyle Hale, who has had really good race starts this weekend. And he's keeping his kart up in a P3 here at the moment. But Max Martinez is going to be looking for more. The driven CEO is going to look for another spot made up here in this race, Taylor.
He is going to try to work his way through and see if he can maybe have a shot of a podium finish here. Another driver who I'm keeping an eye on right now is Michaela Bradley. She's also starting to make a little bit of ground gaining up to these 4 gentlemen up ahead. Small increments, but could have enough chance if the 4 drivers ahead of her start battling for that 3rd position.
Yeah, and Jesse Gwynn and Ross Smith, the only drivers to be able to get into the 104 lap time, so they're currently in a class of their own. The battle now, there you have it. It's Jesse Gwynn still leading away from Ross Smith. They are running almost a second a lap faster than the rest of the field here. So Jesse Gwynn and Ross Smith, absolute class by the 2 of them here in this race. As Ross Smith looks like he's going to be patient here with Jesse Gwynn. It was Jesse Gwynn being patient first with Ross Smith in heat number 3, and now it's going to be Ross Smith. The roles are reversed here. Jesse Gwynn going to lead Ross Smith this race now, and still being able to hold on to that lead here, Taylor.
He's going to hold on for the time being. A little tap of the helmet a little further back for those drivers battling for the 3rd spot as Ross Smith just tries to take his time and see if he can find an opening around Jesse Gwynn. Not enough room for the moment, but we'll settle back in and continue to try to pull the gap a little bit further away from Noah Murphy, Max Martinez, Kyle Hale, and Nick Miller.
And would you look at that? Noah Murphy able to find a P3 here with Max Martinez behind him now. Kyle Hale fell back to P6. And that's a big move here for Noah Murphy to snag away a podium on a weekend where he could have had a championship. But unfortunately, it just slipped away in the heat races. But a good recovery drive all weekend long for Noah Murphy in the Trackside Karting Services GFC. So very good drive back for him to find himself up in a P3. And Max Martinez now P4, being able to get around Kyle Hale last time by. And now Noah Murphy is going to get a little push here from Max Martinez. Is Max Martinez going to decide to go? He's not going to be close enough this time by, but Max Martinez is keeping up here with Noah Murphy in P3.
Max Martinez gets a good run out of turn number 4 as they make the run down the short chute, sets themselves up for the hairpin. Not close enough to get to the inside, though. Has to wait a little bit longer to see how this will play out for him.
Yeah, Nick Miller further back. There's a battle in between him and Kyle Hale. I think Nick Miller being able to hold him off here little by little, as Kyle Hale looking super good in his kart. I mean, he had a good start, but I'm not too sure what happened in that battle while we were tuning in to the battle for P1 and P2 with Jesse Gwynn and Ross Smith. But Kyle Hale seems like some issues for him as checking in now with Michaela Bradley. She's still a little bit too far back, but she's continuing to close down that gap little by little and lap by lap. This time by for Jesse Gwynn and Ross Smith. Neither of them can improve, but still the only drivers into the 104s, a 104.919 for Jesse Gwynn, a 104.968 for Ross Smith. The margin in between the two of them is absolutely even. They seem super equal here throughout this racetrack, Emery. Taylor, I'm sorry.
I don't know what to say about that.
I'm sorry. I mean, I've been working with Emery all day long.
You've been working with me, too. I feel hurt.
Well, I apologize. And you know who else, I guess, is going to feel hurt if he can't get the move done? It's going to be Ross Smith, because he is still trailing to Jesse Gwynn here, who has been in really good spirits all weekend long.
He certainly has, as we see here. And of course, Caleb. Of course, that is your name, Caleb. You're not Emery or Taylor or Trevor. You're Caleb. As we watch on through the field, heading into the braking zone, here comes Jesse Gwynn. Ross Smith tries to cross him over a little bit, not close enough to make anything work. Completes and stays in that second position, but Jesse Gwynn being very smart with his defensive driving. But here comes Ross Smith with a big head of steam. Will he try in turn one? No, not quite yet. He's going to wait a little bit longer.
2 sticks in the air now for Jesse Gwynn and Ross Smith. Jesse Gwynn still leads us away here in front of Ross Smith. And it's crunch time. Ross Smith was looking for a move down the inside. Couldn't get it done, and that half move isn't going to help him out at all, as that gap now to a kart length in between Jesse Gwynn and Ross Smith. Battles further back. It's Noah Murphy in P3. Max Martinez still hot on his trails. Nick Miller up in a P5. Kyle Smith in 6th. And Michaela Bradley still in 7th, but closing down to Kyle Hill and Nick Miller. Your battle for the lead here on screen now. Jesse Gwynn, the VLR driver, able to hold on to the 206 heavy first place now, and I may have spoke too soon, as Ross Smith was looking for an opportunistic move down the inside, wasn't close enough to get it done, and thought better of it, Taylor.
He certainly tried to do that, but now he lost a ton of time to the back bumper of Jesse Gwynn as they work down the back straightaway. He's starting to close a little bit closer, but not able to make anything work in this final sector of the race circuit as they come around to get the white flag one more time around for your 206 heavy class here for the 2023 season. And as they come across, let's see what Ross Smith does here into turn number 1. He'll look to the outside, look to the inside, try to set up for a run into turn number 2. Not able to make it work. Crosses over to the outside as they come through turn 3.
Ross was looking for an over-under move there, not close enough. Still on the outside line here to Jesse Gwynn. I think he may get it here down the inside for Ross Smith. Can Jesse Gwynn get him back? He is side by side here, coming into the kink to the left. A little bit of a push from the both of them to try and keep the momentum of their 206 engine up. And here you have it. Jesse Gwynn still leading here. Ross Smith goes way too wide in that corner. And Jesse Gwynn still in the lead here in that gap now to a kart length and a half here, as Jesse Gwynn is going to still lead us away here. Down the back straightaway we go. Ross Smith has been strong here, but I don't think he's going to be strong enough to catch right back up to Jesse Gwynn. That gap closing. As Ross Smith, is he going to be able to get a move done here? Is not going to be close enough. Can he try the over-under? I don't think it's close enough for that one either. It's still Jesse Gwynn coming around the last couple of corners, and I think that's going to be all she wrote here. If Ross Smith can't catch up, it's going to be a drag race, and it's going to be Jesse Gwynn, the VLR driver, is going to win here in SpeedSportz Racing Park. And Ross Smith, you see the respect in between the two of them. They're going to shake hands here coming across the finish line as the battle further back. It's going to be Max Martinez taking away the podium from Noah Murphy's hands. So Max Martinez up to P3. Noah Murphy falls back to P4. Nick Miller is going to come across the line to finish 5th. A great recovery drive by him. It's going to be Michaela Bradley in 6th. A great recovery drive to make up a spot for her. And Kyle Hale is going to finish 7th. That was 206 Heavy presented by Maxwell Paper Products. Coming up next, it's going to be 206 Junior, another action-packed championship battle. Don't go anywhere. We are live on Kart Chaser. We are getting set to go green here with our K8 100 Juniors. It's been action-packed heat racing for them, and now it's main event time as we are getting set to go with 15 minutes plus 2 laps to go here. Diego Guillo is going to lead us away. This is K8 100 Junior presented by Wilcher Racing Engines, Emery.
Yeah, getting set to go here. Diego Guillo has been so good this weekend. He starts alongside his main championship rival, Landon Skinner. Coming into the weekend, they were tied when you factor in drops. After the heat races and after qualifying, it's a 20-point deficit for Landon Skinner, which means whoever wins this race, Landon Skinner will get the tiebreaker if he wins. Guillo obviously will get the championship if he wins. Gets a little bit more sketchy beyond that, though. Preston Pico and Graham Tremmel, row 2. Beckett Friesen, Santiago Duran, row 3. Justin Music, Joey Dom, row 4. Derek Wargo and Jackson Young, row 5. Getting set in the tram lines to go for the final K100 Junior, sponsored by Wilcher Racing Engines race of the season. Getting pushed along, getting ready for the start. Porter drops a green. It's green flag in the air, and then goes Diego Guillo to the race lead. Into second place goes Preston Pico, and there goes Beckett Friesen in the third. So not the start Landon Skinner was looking for. He's going to immediately try to get by Friesen here for third. Not quite going to happen, though. And off to the race lead goes the 2 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers.
Landon Skinner down to fourth here early in the start. Preston Pico working his way up to P2 here behind his teammate of Diego Gio. Now Landon Skinner a move down the inside on Beckett Friesen. Move Landon Skinner up in a P3, and it turns into an Allen Rudolph Racing Academy 1, 2, and 3. And Preston Pico now for the first time this weekend going to try and lead here in KA100 Junior. The 2 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy teammates going side by side down the back straight, and it's going to be Preston Pico for the first time all weekend, Emery.
Yeah, Diego Gio for the first time all weekend not leading this race, as he's going to have to settle into second now with Landon Skinner in third now as they come on to the final couple S's here down to the main straightaway for the first time. 1, 2, 3, 4 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy into turn number 1, led by Preston Pico, and immediately Diego Gio goes back down the inside. A little bit of a bumper there from Landon Skinner. That's going to cost him a spot here, as he's going to get stuck on the outside against Preston Pico. They're kind of shuffling back, and now Skinner's going to get the position now. Pico has to settle into third, and there goes Beckett Friesen into fourth.
Justin Music with a move to move himself up in a P6 here. Beckett Friesen going to stay in fourth here, and Preston Pico falls back to P3. Landon Skinner still looks super quick here in P2. Emery, run us down our championship battle here in between Landon Skinner and Diego Gio. I mean, they are 1 and 2. What would this mean for the championship here, Emery?
Yeah, so as of right now, the way they're running, as long as Diego Gio wins, he has nothing to worry about. He is the one that is currently leading the championship after drops by 20 points. If they both crash out, that favors Landon Skinner because he has the higher drop. However, if we're looking at this race right now, if Landon Skinner wins this race, he'll have the same number of wins as Diego Gio at 2. And it sounds familiar, but he has more second places. So we believe that would give Landon Skinner the championship. And if it gets the same would apply. However, if Landon Skinner beats him by 2 points or 2 positions any other place, he would still lose the championship because he would have less wins. So Skinner has to win this race more than likely.
So there you have it, Landon Skinner and Diego Gio side by side here. It's definitely a weekend for Landon Skinner where he has to win, and he's going to go up in a P1. Preston Pico going to work his way through as well. So move Pico up to P2. It's going to be Diego Gio P3, and Beckett Friesen now back up to P4 with Graham Tremel and Justin Music right behind him.
Yeah, now what would you do if you were Preston Pico now? You're in between 2 guys fighting for a championship. No matter what you do, someone's probably going to be a little bit upset with you. So Pico right now is just going to push Landon Skinner out in front. I don't necessarily think that's favoritism. I think it's just him trying to maximize his own individual race. And how about the guys behind him? Beckett Friesen, we said earlier, maybe the fastest non-Allen Rudolph Racing Academy kart all weekend long. He's in with a good shot here in the main event so far.
Yeah, definitely a better start for Beckett Friesen this time out to move his way up in a P4. The Arcane Motorsports driver has kept it clean for his race start, so a much better start for him as Diego Gio. Now, if I'm Preston Pico here in this race, I'm definitely going to try and look out for myself, right? Move up in a P1 because you have those 2 other guys of Diego Gio and Landon Skinner fighting for the championship. They are your teammates, but you also have to look out for yourself here as a racing driver.
It's every man for himself type of business at the end of the day. I mean, that being said, Gio's going to shove Pico a little bit wide. Pico's going to try and hang it in. That's going to hurt Gio again. That's one of the things we saw all weekend. Now Gio getting shuffled back to the back of this pack. This is not where Diego Gio wants to be. We've seen all weekend him be the dominant force, but now he's going to have to go through a lot. And now he's going to start right away down the inside there, trying to get 1 spot back. I believe that would be on
Justin
Music there for 5th. So that's 1 more spot, but he's got 4 more to go. And remember also, fastest lap pays 10 points. It didn't come into play in the 206 junior category. It might come into play here.
So Landon Skinner now with the fastest lap of 56.914 for him. That gap continuing to open up here from Preston Pico, his teammate behind. Beckett Friesen behind Pico. And it's Graham Tremel and Diego Gio who needs to drive his way back up. And a move there down the inside. Diego Gio trying to work his way through. Not close enough. Justin Music going to give him a little push there to try and work their way back up and keep the momentum up here.
Yeah, this is all not good for Diego Gio. The more he stays in this Hornet's nest, the higher chance that something goes wrong. Here he goes down the inside of Graham Tremel. Tremel going to let him go there. That's a little bit of a smart move by Tremel and by Gio. Gio knows he has to shuffle his way back up towards the front because if he doesn't, he risks losing time. You want to be ahead of the pack when the pack starts to split because otherwise you're going to lose 2-3 seconds when everyone inevitably starts battling. And we're seeing now right there, you see a little bit of a gap in the middle of the pack forming where they're starting to push and shove a little bit. And Gio himself making that move gave himself about a 4 or 5 kart length gap back to Beckett Friesen in third that he's going to have to make up here.
Now Jackson Young, I believe he's behind Justin Music now and pushing forward here. And, yeah, there you have it. That's Justin Music in this group right here. Justin Music and Jackson Young trying to work together here a little bit. Behind them is going to be Tyler Roberts, as he's had a strong weekend as well all weekend long. But for Diego Gio, it's certainly going to be a drive back as he leads this train now. Of behind him, it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken here, I think that's Graham Tremmel behind him. So he's going to lead the two of them further up in the field as Beckett Friesen now holds on to third. Pico still in second, and Landon Skinner, that gap from Pico to Skinner has came down. So it's now Pico and Skinner. Skinner will fall under fire to Pico here pretty soon.
Yeah, I think Pico is going to have to try to figure out how he wants to best maximize this race. Skinner currently in the lead, continues to hold strong, but he's not really running the fastest pace. He's bringing Pico back into play. He's bringing Beckett Friesen, and then the rest of the pack not too far back. There's about 9 or 10 cars all the way back to Derek Wargo in 10th, all within range of the race lead should they start to battle. So we'll see how this one plays out here.
And beginning to work his way up the field is Santiago Duran. I mean, he had a crash later in heat number 3 that put him out of contention here. So now he's working his way right back up the field here, up in a P8. Has lost 2 spots from the start, but Santiago Duran up to P8. He was able to get around Justin Music now, and now Santiago Duran has his sights set on Jackson Young, who is the next Kart up for him. But on your screen, now we're going to check in here with Santiago Duran, who leads this other group. That's Justin Music on your screen behind him. It's Noah Baker there as well. So a good battle. Tyler Roberts there, and Derek Wargo, our 206, one of our 206 junior entries as well. So definitely an action-packed race here in K100 Junior, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we saw Derek Wargo with his best race of the weekend earlier in the KA category with the 5th in the final heat. But here down the main straight, we focus back in on the top 3. How about Diego Gio continuing to fly? Goes purple that last time. He is catching these top 3. Again, with that fastest lap, suddenly instead of having to finish second, now he only has to, or instead of having to win, now he only has to finish second to get the championship. So these points going back and forth with the fastest lap is worth keeping an eye on as Gio continues to pull up, and we see Landon Skinner drop a tire coming out of turn number 4.
Yeah, the thing that Diego Gio was able to do in the heat races that Landon Skinner hasn't been able to do is pull away from the rest of the field here. Now you see he's Landon Skinner may fall, but it's Beckett Friesen down the inside on Pico, and Landon Skinner now going to fall under fire. And Beckett Friesen and Preston Pico side by side. Diego Gio going to opt to push his teammate here. Not enough momentum for Gio to really push on Pico. And now Beckett Friesen down the inside on Preston Pico. He's going to be clear. And now side by side, Gio's going to be clear of Pico as well. So move Diego Gio right back up in a P3 here, Emery.
Yeah, Diego Gio kind of got shuffled out a little bit there, but it means that at the end of the day, it gives a little bit of breathing room for Landon Skinner for a couple laps. So he's now Gio back down the inside into Beckett Friesen. That will put him in a championship clinching position at the moment. Now he leads a train about 4 or 5 cars behind him as they come into turn number 4. Landon Skinner with a little bit of breathing room, but I'm sure if he knew the fastest lap situation, he would want to back up the rest of the field. So a train all the way back to Santiago Duran in about 7th is the lead pack right now as they continue to battle themselves, as you see a good move there by Graham Trammell to make up a spot.
Yeah, and Pico losing yet another spot, and Santiago Duran working his way up now. He's behind Preston Pico now, and a good recovery drive here for Santiago Duran early in this race, and Jackson Young. Let's look at the battle for the lead here. It's Landon Skinner and Diego Gio. That gap beginning to close down. It was a recovery drive for Diego Gio after he had issues early on in this race, and with it being 15-minute heat races, we are only halfway through here, 9 minutes in, 8.5 minutes in here, I'm sorry. We're only halfway through, and Diego Gio continuing to catch his teammate of Landon Skinner. He's going to go down the inside. Diego Gio can get clear, and that's going to bring the championship right back into Diego Gio's hands.
Yeah, big move there from Diego Gio there to get himself back into the championship contention here. Now you can see Beckett Friesen going to push him along. We'll see how patient Friesen is if he wants to make a move or not. Gio now trying to lead this race. He can do what he did earlier in the weekend by pulling away in each of the 3 heats, but he's going to have to be consistent, and he's going to have to avoid the targets for the first couple of corners here, which we're seeing Beckett Friesen staying right on his bumper through this horseshoe section.
Yeah, and Beckett Friesen has been willing to work with Diego Gio pretty much all race long, and it seems to have worked for him because he now finds himself in second, and now Landon Skinner going to give the push to Beckett Friesen, and Landon Skinner is going to get through on Diego Gio. So the championship swings here once again, side by side for Beckett Friesen and Landon Skinner, side by side for Diego Gio and Landon Skinner, who are still are going to keep the battle going down to the main straightaway. Graham Tremmel going to push Landon Skinner through, and Diego Gio going to fall a little bit further back here down to P4 here, Emery.
Yeah, this is very sketchy times for the championship. Both of them, I'm sure, had their hearts in a wrench just a little bit there as we come down to the final 5 minutes or so of the championship. Now, though, down the inside. Oh, that was an aggressive move. Santiago Duran. Oh, Diego Guillo, as well as Justin Music, make contact. Or that's Preston Pico, excuse me, coming out of turn number 4. That's a huge loss of momentum there for Diego Guillo. He's lost about 10 kart lengths or so back to the top 4. That is huge as we see them continue on. I think everyone was able to get out of there unscathed, but that's huge for Landon Skinner in the championship right now.
Yeah, huge for Landon Skinner, and then now it's going to have to be another recovery drive for Diego Guillo, who was able to get to the lead of this race, and now he falls all the way back down in P5 here. Landon Skinner content to push Beckett Friesen, but Landon Skinner going to fall under fire from Graham Tremmel here pretty soon. Santiago Duran there in the P4 spot, who has caught right back up, 4 spots up from where he started, so a good drive by Santiago Duran here in this final.
Yeah, it's been a good move there for Duran. Now you can see down the inside, Landon Skinner to the inside. There goes Graham Trammell trying to get underneath Beckett Friesen. Not going to work. Now Duran going over to the top there of Graham Trammell. That's going to bring Diego Guillo back to this battle for the third, fourth, and 5th spot. It's also going to bring in with him Jackson Young, who's been really patient in this final, must be said. He hasn't really been too aggressive, but he's been able to kind of pick his way up through the chaos, and he now finds himself in the top 6 with a good shot at more.
Yeah, and there you have it. Diego Guillo now ahead of Santiago Duran further back in the field to move Diego up into P4. He's now going to have his sights set on Graham Tremmel, who's in P3, and Beckett Friesen currently holding on to second place here with Landon Skinner still in the lead here. Let's see the run here for Beckett Friesen down the back straight. Not going to be close enough to make a move, and Beckett Friesen's going to have to be content with P2 here for now, as Landon Skinner is going to lead us away here with 11 and a half minutes into this main event for KA100 Juniors. We keep going here. Landon Skinner still in the lead. Beckett Friesen in second. Diego Guillo trying to work his way back up the field with Graham Tremmel in P3 here, Emery.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Beckett Friesen motioning to Landon Skinner, hey, work with me, please. I think that you're seeing Friesen kind of working with them there, and I think that's going to work out for both of them as they've started to put a little bit of distance on Graham Tremmel. We saw in the heat races Tremmel started to struggle a little bit for pure pace, and we're seeing it maybe a little bit again too as he's fallen off the pace of the 2 leaders. And there comes Diego Guillo. If we move the frame back just a little bit, you can see there from third on back is the battle there. And then it's about 5 car lengths up to the top 2, and there you see Skinner continuing to lead in front of Beckett Friesen. Friesen going to get a nice run down the straightaway. I think he's going to push again. Yes, he is. So Friesen just understanding now we're in the last few laps. The championship is not of much importance to him, but he's more focused on how can I minimize the negative consequences of a move. How can I make this just a 2-horse race? And he's doing that right now.
Yeah, and as well for Beckett Friesen, he's going to be looking for a win here in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And I know he's definitely, as a racing driver, I mean, you always want to look for a win here, no matter who's in the championship. It's always about having your results to be as best as they can be, especially when it's 2 of, I guess, your main rival here, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, that you're competing with in this championship here, Emery.
Yeah, so I mean, Beckett Friesen has a lot to gain personally, like from this win, and I think that he's shown so much pace all weekend long. It's just taken him so long to get to the front just because of where he qualified and little incidents here in the pre-final or in the heat races, but still he has showed up big time in the final. He slides a little bit there. He's going to get another good launch down the main straightaway or down the back straightaway though. Beckett Friesen playing the long game here again. We'll see how patient he is. He waits again, pushes the bumper lane, and Skinner. They continue to work together here as Diego Guillo has now cleared Graham Trammell now for third, and he's going to set his sights on those front 2.
Yeah, now you see the fastest lap of the race falls to Santiago Duran with a 56.413. Can anybody improve? Nobody can. Diego Guillo is going to go a personal best lap time for him of a 56.429, and that gap going to continue to come down here as Diego Guillo has his sights set now on Beckett Friesen and Landon Skinner. And when they begin to fight, Diego Guillo going to be able to work his way up the field. And now Santiago Duran down the inside on Graham Tremmel. He's going to go now back behind his teammate of Diego Guillo to P5 here. And Diego Guillo P4, and Santiago Duran now going to push Diego Guillo further up the field here if possible.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch here how Santiago Duran chooses to play this game. And it's also, I'm really watching this lap, ironically, because how Diego Guillo does, if he can pull up to the back of the front 2, this could be enough for a fastest lap. We'll see how this plays out here. Duran's also going really fast as well, and we'll see what the gap is this time by. Last time through was 0.6 of a second. This time looks to be just a slight bit closer. We'll see exactly what the gap is here. Yes, indeed, Santiago Duran goes faster. So why that's important is if Diego Guillo got that fastest lap, then suddenly he only has to get up to second. As it stands now, Landon Skinner still has the championship if it were to end right now.
So good for Landon Skinner in terms of the championship here of Santiago Duran having the fastest lap of 56.392 for him. He continues to improve, and he looks really, really quick. But I think he understands that his teammate of Diego Gio is in the fight with for the championship with Landon Skinner here. So I don't think he's going to want to intervene too much here. And Diego Gio now has arrived on the scene with Beckett Friesen and Landon Skinner. When is it going to be crunch time for Beckett Friesen here, Emery?
Yeah, it might be crunch time now. He'll have looked back and maybe seen that they're coming and try to make a move there. He's not quite going to see that yet. He's going to wait here. You can see now they're coming through the S's, and Diego Gio has officially arrived on the scene as they come out of the final couple corners here. Just a few laps to go. They're going to get the 2-to-go signal this time through. And now, again, Beckett Friesen right on the bumper lane. Skinner's going to go to offensive. It is time to block, and it is time to get everyone crunched up here as we hit the 2-to-go signal. 6 karts in the lead pack, all with a shot here coming to the last couple laps.
Yeah, and Landon Skinner realizes it's crunch time as Diego Gio with an over-under move. Could he get it done? He's going to push.
We got a big crash out there.
And that's Santiago Duran further back. Jackson Young involved. Graham Tremel going slowly as well. And that's going to bring some other drivers further up the field. And let's look back to the battle for the lead here. It's going to be Diego Gio up in a P2 now, and now trying to make a move here on Landon Skinner, who still holds on to the championship as it stands with Beckett Friesen in third. Diego Gio now very much arrived on the scene. Landon Skinner looks over his shoulder. He sees Gio's there, and the championship battle is on here, Emery.
If you're Beckett Friesen now, you have the chance to really play the spoiler one way or another here. Now, the 2 championship rivals, as it stands, tied in points. We're going to the final lap to determine who will be the 2023 KA Junior champion. Here we go. One more lap to determine it. KA Junior, sponsored by Vulture Racing Engines, led by Landon Skinner. Diego Gio right there as well. Beckett Friesen, who will it be? We're about to find out.
Diego Gio now try to make a move there in the first corner. Couldn't get it done in turn number 2. Landon Skinner goes defensive. Diego Gio tries to follow him through so he won't lose a spot to Beckett Friesen. When is it going to be for Diego Gio? I think it's going to be on the back straightaway here into the double left-hander for Diego Gio. He seems to catch Skinner there little by little. Skinner going to go defensive here once again. Down the back straightaway. This is one of the only chances that Diego Gio is going to have left here in the draft of Landon Skinner. He's going to be close enough, and Beckett Friesen's going to be there to push here. Seems like Landon Skinner can pull away just a little bit at the beginning of the straightaway.
Friesen's not going to help him.
Friesen's not going to help him out at all. Down the inside, Beckett Friesen goes over under for Diego Gio. Oh,
no!
Oh, and Gio's up and around. Unfortunate for Diego Gio, and it's going to be Landon Skinner across the finish line to win here in Houston. Landon Skinner wins the championship here in KA100 Junior. Beckett Friesen's going to finish third. Graham Tremel in 4th. Preston Pico, a recovery drive by him. And let's hope that Diego Gio is okay after that last lap crash with Beckett Friesen.
Yeah, that was crazy there. Diego Gio tried everything he could to get a championship. Just went a little bit too far. They went side by side in that corner, make contact wheel to wheel, and Diego Gio comes off worst from it all. We'll hope he's okay. It was an excellent race between everyone in that front pack, and we just hope that the driver for Allen Rudolph Racing Academy is all right because he put on a show this weekend.
Yeah, let's hope that Diego Gio is up and out of the kart in his own power because that was a nasty crash there by him. So let's hope that he is all right. I mean, that's our main concern here. The championship battle goes out of the picture because, I mean, we really hope that Diego Gio is okay here. Let's see if we can get some confirmation here shortly. But until then, we're going to take a short break here as we're going to check in here with Diego Gio. And I think he is standing up now and up under his own power here. So good to see that Diego Gio is okay, up and walking around. So good to see that here shortly, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good to see. I mean, that's one of the most scary incidents is when you have someone there, you see Gio on the screen, he's really discouraged, but I mean, he's okay, and that's the main thing that counts. When a kart flips like that and it lands on your body, that is a lot of weight to be absorbed, and so it's glad to see that Diego Gio's okay. Clearly, he's going to be frustrated. It's understandable, but at the end of the day, the main thing is safety, and it's glad to see that everyone walked away all right from that one as that wraps up what was a fantastic battle in KA100 Junior. Ended on a bit of a sour note, but still, you have to say the 2 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy boys put on a show there.
Yeah, no, for sure. A show it was indeed with Beckett Friesen in the battle there as well. You see Diego Gio and Allen Rudolph there being there to talk to Diego Gio after his accident. Good to see he's okay with his helmet off. And it's going to be Landon Skinner taking the championship here in KA100 Junior for the 2023 campaign of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Coming up next, it's our last race of the weekend. It's going to be our 206 seniors. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. This is it. It's crunch time for our 206 seniors. When we come back, it's going to be go time. Don't go anywhere. The engines come to life here in 206 Senior. This is it, the final race of the 2023 campaign for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. It's going to be 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. My name is Caleb Viesca for the final time, and joining me here in the booth is the one and only Taylor Burris. Taylor, we are getting set to go green here with 206 Senior. It's going to be Sawyer Roussel starting on pole position. Bryce Frank going to start alongside him. It's going to be Jacob Oliver in P3, Jeff Shaw P4, and in P5, I think that's going to be Aaron Heathman here, if I'm not mistaken. In P6, it's going to be Zach Rivera, or that could be Jeff Shaw here. I'm not too sure. We're going to wait for timing to update here as we are going to get set to go green here for the final time in 2023 at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, Taylor.
It's going to be exciting. We're happy to have you with us here for the final racing of the day. And, of course, we kind of saved some of the best action. We got to give a little bit of a jab to our friends up in Indy who had the road tax. I mean,
yeah.
We're still going strong and everything like that. We're still putting on some great racing. And, I mean, I don't think they put on as good as a racing as we have for some of our categories.
Yeah, the 206 Seniors have delivered today. The timing has updated. Sawyer Roussel on pole, Bryce Frank in second, Jacob Oliver starting third, Jeff Shaw starting fourth. We heard from him earlier today. It's going to be Aaron Heathman, the factory cart man. He's going to start in fifth. Zachary Abraham is going to start sixth. It's going to be Ibrahim Din in seventh, Mikey Bolian in eighth, Samuel Jung in ninth, and Zach Rivera is going to round up your top 10 here in 206 Senior. We're getting set to go. It's been an action-packed day of racing for these boys and men, I guess, considering Jeff Shaw. I mean, he told us before that he couldn't really compete against all these young guns, but he has definitely held his own here all season long at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and he's getting set to do so here once again for the final time in one of the last two races of his long career, as he's going to focus on his family after this weekend here, after CKNA Grands. He's going to a family man, Jeff Shaw, and it was great to hear from him and the entire VLR team making the push here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series as we are at a crawling pace here into the tram lines for Sawyer Roussel and Bryce Frank. This is it. This is go time for 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. We're going to wait for Porter to give us a green flag. The green flag is out. Let's go racing in 206 Senior. Bryce Frank moves across. Can he get through? He's still going to stay on the outside, and Jacob Oliver going to look for a move down the inside on Sawyer Roussel. He's going to get it done. Bryce Frank is going to try and slide up in a P3 ahead of Jeff Shaw. He can get it done. Zach Rivera there side by side with his teammate, and it's going to be Bryce Frank P3. Sawyer Roussel is going to be in P2, and Jeff Shaw down the inside. A good move by him. Samuel Jung looking super racy as well, trying to work his way up. And for Mikey Bowling, still down in P8 here. Taylor, sorry.
That's strike two for you, by the way. So we're going to keep going here and watch the action as we watch Sawyer Roussel and Jeff Shaw try to battle it out here to see if they have what it takes to come home with the last victory of the season for them as they work their way around the back straightaway. Everyone trying to get themselves single file in a good run. How about Samuel Jung with a big head of steam coming forward, trying to see if he can break into the top 5.
Samuel Jung as well, working his way up the field. You see Jeff Shaw content to push Bryce Frank here at the moment. Sawyer Roussel up in a P2, and Jacob Oliver, for the first time in his young career, is going to lead a regional race here. He won the heat number 3, and now he's going to lead for the first time in a main event here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series in his young career. And there he goes, Bryce Frank down the inside on Sawyer Roussel. Jeff Shaw is going to go on him as well, and up and over goes Samuel Jung, and Sawyer Roussel with issues here early on in the race, and he loses a handful of spots, 10, almost 12 spots as Kurt Goodson's going to get the move done on Sawyer Roussel as well. A handful of spots lost there by Sawyer Roussel, and that's not going to help him out in his race win hopes as well. Now, focusing to the front of this field, it's going to be a 1-2 for the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. It's 1, Jacob Oliver, and 2, Bryce Frank here, Taylor.
Bryce Frank having a good run, sitting in that second position, watching on as Jacob Oliver tries to lead the train of drivers down the back straightaway. These two are now starting to pull away quite a ways by about 5 to 7 kart lengths between the top 2 to third position, which is held, I believe, by Jeff Shaw at the moment as they work their way towards the back half of the course. There you see Jeff Shaw and the pink VLR machine leading the charge in that second pack as they come across the front straightaway here. 13 minutes left to go on the clock, plus 2 laps. Jeff Shaw leading strong in that third group, or that second group, in third position.
And Ibrahim Din, the Cruise Racing Development driver as well. Mikey Bowling, a move down the inside. Oh, and drops a tire there for Mikey Bowling. He's going to get around Aaron Heathman as he tries to work his way right back up the field with his teammate of Bryce Frank, who's currently in the lead. A good weekend for for Mikey Bowling here, I'm sorry. He had engine issues earlier this weekend, yesterday, and now it seems like he got him figured out as he switched engines here, and it seems like it's working out for him because he is working his way up the field, up in a P5 now. The battle for the lead, it's still 1 and 2, and I'm pretty sure Bryce is going to want to push Jacob Oliver the whole way down the straight. Bryce Frank has a lot of experience here in the 206 class. He knows that he has to push to get away from the likes of Jeff Shaw and Ibrahim Din. Last time by for Bryce Frank, a 104.031, and he's going to be content pushing Jacob Oliver because he knows that Jacob Oliver has the pace to hold on to the lead here.
Jacob Oliver has a good run here. He's going to keep the pace going, try to keep the momentum up to where these two could pull away from the rest of the field. Jeff Shaw, though, as they come across the line here, let's take a look. They both ran a 103. But the fastest lap goes to Sawyer Roussel with a 103.6, 2/10 faster than your race leader. But the problem is he's in 7th position, so he's got a lot of work to do. But it helps to be in the middle of a pack like he is in order to try and hunt down the top 2.
Yeah, a whole lot of work to do here for Sawyer Roussel as he tries to work his way right back up the field, currently in 7th and trying to make moves here. He's in the group of Mikey Bolin, Ibrahim Din, and Jeff Shaw here in that 2nd spot. Now down the inside goes Sawyer Roussel. That was down the inside on Aaron Heathman, so Sawyer Roussel down the inside on the VLR driver of Aaron Heathman, and Mikey Bowling making a move there as well on Jeff Shaw, holding on to that 4th spot here for Mikey Bowling. So he's going to try and work with Ibrahim Din to try and keep Jeff Shaw behind him.
The thing that we got to keep an eye on, we're looking at about 15 laps for this entire race, plus the additional 17 in total, just by guesstimating how many minutes are left on the clock. So that still gives a lot of wiggle room for drivers like Sawyer Roussel to work their way up, pick them off one by one, and then try to set a run up here as they work their way across the start-finish line. Jeff Shaw falls back to P5 here at this moment as we watch on for the battle for 3rd. A lot of drivers jockeying for position. How about Ibrahim Din in the 3rd spot, leading the charge? Right behind him is Mikey Bolin, who is right there trying to get into there with the Cruise Racing Development Team.
And a good move by Mikey Bowling on his birthday weekend. I'm sure the best birthday present for him is going to be a podium finish here as he takes up the last of the podium spots here in P3. Behind him, Ibrahim Din, and a couple of other drivers going side by side. That's Sawyer Roussel and Zach Rivera side by side. There's one of the factory kart drivers down the inside on Zach Rivera, not close enough to get it done here for Aaron as he continues to work his way up. And Jeff Shaw drops a tire, and that's one of the VLR drivers who goes off. And Sawyer Roussel is not happy at all. Zach Rivera is taken out of the race. Jeff Shaw out of the race. And Sawyer Roussel, that's going to be it for him. Sawyer Roussel, his day is over as Jeff Shaw is going to try and get going here. Once again, this is the last of the 2 races here for Jeff Shaw before his retirement. And definitely not how he would want to have ended it. And Sawyer Roussel out of this race here early on.
That's going to be big championship implications for Sawyer Roussel right there. Since he will have a DNF for this race here, so we'll keep an eye on that, how this will affect the championship standings as the field works their way around the circuit. Still, Jacob Oliver, Bryce Frank lead the charge ahead of the field, stretching out to about 2.6 seconds over the rest of the field.
Yeah, and this time by Aaron Heathman now takes over the 4th spot. Ibrahim Din's going to be in 5th. Zachary Ibrahim is going to be in 6th. Samuel Jung still in 7th there. He was able to clinch his first regional race win in Odessa, Texas last time out here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Not the best weekend for Samuel Jung considering his race win in Odessa, but here it is, the battle for the lead here. It's 1 and 2 for Bryce Frank and Jacob Oliver, the 2 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy teammates who currently hold on here to the lead. And I think that's issues here for Jeff Shaw, and I think he's going to send it into the scale lines, and he is. That's a front nose fairing that is completely off there by Jeff Shaw, and I don't think he was too happy there with Sawyer Roussel, as I think Sawyer Roussel pushed Jeff Shaw a little wide there down the back straightaway. Unfortunate for Jeff Shaw and Sawyer Roussel as they are out of this race here early on. It's going to be Jacob Oliver and Bryce Frank fighting for the lead here. And Mikey Bolin finds himself in P3. Behind him, it's going to be Aaron Heathman, Ibrahim Din, P5, and Zachary Abraham is going to be P6 here, Taylor.
6 drivers trying to jockey around for those top 6 spots. Of course, pretty much 4th on back have a little bit of work to do to go hunt down your top 3. And then, of course, 3rd has a lot of work to do by himself to hunt down the top 2. He's going to need a little bit of help here as the field comes down the back straightaway. Frank, Oliver working together well to keep the rest of the field at bay. They want to make this a 2-horse race for them here in the 206 senior category presented by Slipstream Racing as the field works their way down towards the final set of hairpins and works their way through the S's. Still currently just about 2.8 seconds. So they're pulling away about 2/10 a lap over the rest of the field. As they come across the line now, we'll see what the gap is between your top 2 and 3rd position as they come across the line, still at 2.8 seconds. A lot of work for your drivers 3rd on back to go and hunt down your leaders.
Yeah, on your screen now is going to be Ibrahim Din, Aaron Heathman, and Zachary Abraham, the factory kart driver. As now you have Ibrahim Din down the inside on Aaron Heathman, as well as Zachary Abraham trying to make the move down the inside. He's able to get clear of the VLR driver and the factory kart man. That's actually an X30 chassis that he has on there with a 206 strapped onto it, and it seems to be doing him well here. Billy Musgrave and the factory kart team, they've made a push here for 206 as well, and you're seeing it here on your screen with Zachary Abraham as he has made the move now up in a P5, and that's good for him as he is trying to chase a podium finish here this weekend at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. On your screen, it's still Jacob Oliver and Bryce Frank, the 2 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy teammates. In P3, it's a Jam Racing teammate for Bryce Frank as Mikey Bolin tries to catch here in this race. 8.5 minutes down here in this race with a handful more to go, plus 2 laps. It has been absolutely ecstatic so far. Fireworks have been shot in the air, and it's been a great race so far, Taylor, and it continues to get even better here.
It is going to continue to get better here as the race goes on and gets further and further into this race as we watch. Pretty much the top 2 are good to go. 3rd is pretty much by himself. We're going to watch this battle for P4 between Ibrahim Din, Zachary Abraham, Aaron Heathman, and Samuel Jung. These 4 trying to jockey for position as here comes Zachary Abraham. He'll try to go around to the inside of Ibrahim, and he will move up into that 4th position into the top 5, and now try to see if he can get that factory kart on the podium here today. Kind of make it a good day for the factory kart team this weekend as they've got 1 win and a podium, now looking to try to see if they can get a 3rd podium here this weekend.
Yeah, definitely a good drive there by Zachary Abraham as he moves his factory kart up in a P5 here. I think that's P4 for him, but the more they fight there, the more that Mikey Bolin is going to be able to pull away from that group of Ibrahim Din, Zachary Abraham, Aaron Heathman, and Samuel Jung, because 206 is all about momentum, and if they continue to fight, Mikey Bolin is going to be able to run away in his MGM.
Well, right now the gap between Mikey Bolin and Zachary Abraham is 1.6 seconds. So let's keep a track of that and see what he's able to do in these coming laps as we are now approaching 5 minutes to go plus 2 laps. Currently still, Jacob Oliver leads the charge.
Jacob Oliver still in the lead of this race here. Bryce Frank content to push. He has set in some purple lap times. The lap times by Jacob Oliver and Bryce Frank, a 1:03.831 for Jacob Oliver, and it's a 1:03.833 for Bryce Frank. Lap times absolutely identical here. The lap times only difference here is 0.02 of a second for the 2 of them. You see both of them continue to tuck here to try and get as much aerodynamics as they can down the back straightaway here. On screen, though, it's Zachary Abraham in the factory kart, Aaron Heathman in the VLR, Samuel Jung in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart, and Ibrahim Din in the Cruise Racing Development powered OTK.
Coming across the line here. Here comes your top 4. Let's see what the gap is from 3rd to 4th between Bolin and Abraham. It's down to 1.2, so they picked up 4/10 on 3rd position. They're making time, but are they going to have enough, as what the question is going to be as they work their way down the short chute?
Yeah, as long as Aaron Heathman can realize that they are beginning to catch Mikey Bolin, he is going to be content to push Zachary Abraham further up to Mikey Bolin here. But for Mikey Bolin, I mean, he is not close enough to get any sort of draft from Bryce Frank and Jacob Oliver in the lead of this race. And he's currently all out there by himself, and that's not going to help him out as there's a train of with factory kart in the front that is going to continue to catch up to him here in the closing stages of this race here, Taylor.
It's going to be close here as we watch some of the future stars in 206 Senior and working their way up through the field as they make their way down the back straightaway. Here they come. There goes a big push for Zachary Abraham. He's closing in closer and closer to 3rd position as they sidewind their way through the final couple of corners. Currently 3 minutes, 20 seconds, plus 2 laps up on the board.
Yeah, as far as the lead goes here, lap times for Jacob Oliver and Bryce Frank, 100th of a second that time by. Separated Oliver and Bryce Frank. It's still Jacob Oliver leading ahead, and Bryce Frank continuing to push his Allen Rudolph Racing Academy teammate up ahead for the lead of this race. And there you see Zachary Abraham and Aaron Heathman in the lead of this train with Samuel Jung there in 6th. They are continuing to catch Mikey Bolin here. You see that gap continuing to close down on Mikey Bolin in his MGM. Mikey Bolin 6'4", P4 here. I mean, he's not the most aerodynamic guy, but he's done the best that he could in that MGM to keep the pace up pretty much all year long, and he's always one of the contenders when we come here to the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and he's a contender across the CKNA circuit. As now Samuel Jung, a side-by-side move there with Aaron Heathman, and that's not going to help them out at all in their charge to Mikey Bolin. Now you see Samuel Jung beginning to fall away from this pack of 2 here, and that's not going to help him out if he is looking for a podium finish here today.
Yeah, they picked up 2/10 on him last lap. Now with this little bit of a discombobulation right now between the 3 drivers, it's going to cause a little bit of issues. They might lose some time. We'll take a look when they come across the line. No, they picked up a little bit of time now. It's about 7/10 of a second between 3rd and 4th position right now. So they made up some ground, but still they have not caught up to the back bumper of Mikey Bolin. They're starting to get the feel of the draft, though, from Mikey as they're working way on the straights.
Yeah, of course, we are going to get 4 laps to go here. This one plus, I think, 3 more left in this race here. So for Mikey Bolin, it's definitely a game of just trying to stay ahead here of Zachary Abraham and Aaron Heathman. Samuel Jung has been able to find his way right back up to this pack of 3 here as they are going to continue to catch Mikey Bolin. I mean, you see how important, I guess, the trains are here in 206 Racing, because they have caught up. They've made up a whole bunch of time to Mikey Bolin in 3rd place here, and now you see that gap continuing to close down by the second. The factory kart driver, the California kid of Zachary Abraham, has very well arrived on the scene here with Mikey Bolin, not on his rear bumper as of yet, but he is very much in drafting range now of the MGM of Mikey Bolin.
He certainly is. He could get a good run out of turn number 2. We'll see how this plays out for him as they snake their way out of 3 onto the short chute over to turn 4. And Abraham is not there just yet, but he can get to the inside possibly before they get to the back straightaway.
So very good drive here by Zachary Abraham to work his way up the field here. Still Bryce Frank and Jacob Oliver in the lead of this race. Mikey Bolin now falling under fire from Zachary Abraham, who is very well around the scene and on the rear bumper now of Mikey Bolin here. So they're all going to be in drafting range here. So side by side there by Aaron Heathman and Zachary Abraham. And now it's going to be a train of 4 here. Mikey Bolin at the point with Samuel Jung with the fastest lap of the race, so 103.336 for him. He is currently faster than our leaders, but not close enough, obviously, to make up time here until the end of the race here. So Mikey Bolin still at the point of this group here, as we are going to get the 2 sticks in the air this time by. We are not. It's going to be 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go this time by. Mikey Bolin still at the point of this group with Zachary Abraham behind him. The factory kart kid is going to look for a move down the inside. Not close enough. It's going to be crunch time with 2 laps to go next time by. 3 this time. So not going to be close enough for anybody else to make a move now, and I think they're going to want to be patient here.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You now have posed in front for drivers like Abraham. Now he's going to try to look to the inside of Mikey Bolin, so that changes the whole aspect of what the plan will be. As now, will we see anyone try to work with Abraham? The answer is going to be yes. This leaves the door open. Crossover possible? Not quite.
And it's almost a game of chicken. They're going into the double left-hander. And as I said that's Zachary Abraham down the inside there on Mikey Bolin. He's going to move up to P3 and snag that podium position away from Mikey Bolin. Now it's going to be one of the VLR drivers is going to look for the push. And Samuel Jung looking for a move there on Aaron Heathman. Not going to help them out if they want the podium spot here. Seems like Samuel Jung just grew a little bit impatient there. Wasn't willing to wait there behind Aaron Heathman. And now Mikey Bolin falls back to P4 here and going to look to retake that podium spot. It's going to be crunch time for the lead here. Jacob Oliver still leads us away. Bryce Frank in P2, and for our P3 drivers, this train here led by Zachary Abraham. Now it's Mikey Bolin down the inside, taking away that podium spot. Aaron Heathman goes through as well. Mikey Bolin right back up to P3 now. And this is the battle. This is the battle for the last podium spot here. Aaron Heathman now behind him.
This was the question I was going to...
Another move down the inside by Aaron Heathman. Mikey Bolin with the over-under. Can he get it done now? Coming into the short chute right. Is he going to get it done here for P3? He is currently ahead. Zachary Abraham now further back, and a move down the inside there by Aaron Heathman. This is it for the podium places. The battle for the lead still. Jacob Oliver in the lead, and Bryce Frank still content to follow. This is the 2-6 went out last time. It's going to be the white flag this time by, and it seems like Bryce Frank losing a little bit of time to Jacob Oliver down the back straightaway, and a good gap gap, a healthy gap for Mikey Bolin this time by, as Samuel Jung now leads that group of 3.
Samuel Jung trying to lead the charge now as they hunt down the third place driver of Zachary Abraham as they work their way through. White flag in the air for the final time this season in Texas sprint racing action. The 206 seniors presented by Slipstream Racing has the pass for the lead here on the final lap. Bryce Frank tries to go around the outside and try to complete the pass, and does. New race leader on the final lap.
Now the 2 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy teammates are going to fight it out here for the lead of this race. Bryce Frank goes defensive that time by into the hairpin. Is Jacob Oliver now behind him. Coming into the double left-hander now, it's still Bryce Frank ahead. Jacob Oliver looking for an over-under move on exit. Not close enough to get it done. Bryce Frank, is he going to go defensive this time? He's not. He's going to look to set that move up again that he was telling us about and sticks it around the outside with a lot of grip there by him. Now it's going to be Bryce Frank to the point of this race. It's still 1 for Bryce Frank, 2 for Jacob Oliver, and Jacob Oliver down the straightaway with a whole lot of power there against Bryce Frank. Can Jacob Oliver get his first regional race victory this time out? It's going to be Bryce Frank with the move. Over-under for Bryce Frank. What a move there for the lead of the race. It's going to be Bryce Frank and Jacob Oliver. A draft race for the last time at the Texas Sprint Racing Series in 2023. Who is it going to be? It's going to be Bryce Frank to win here. Bryce Frank, the Jam Racing driver, and Mikey Bolin loses the spot. Samuel Jung finishes in 3rd. Zachary Ibrahim in 4th. It's going to be Aaron Heathman in 5th, if I'm not mistaken. Mikey Bolin finishes in 5th. I'm sorry, Aaron Heathman in 6th. And what a finale that we had here in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. This has been, this is what it's all about. You know, 206 Senior presented by Slipstream Racing. It was a year full of amazing races every single time, every single track that we went to. Thank you to all the sponsors that were able to put on this event for all of us. I mean, you guys delivered, and if it wasn't for you guys, this such an amazing event for Texas wouldn't be on like it is, and being on Kart Chaser also is another great thing for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, as we were able to grow so much for the Texas region and bringing more and more teams here year in, year out, Taylor.
It certainly is, and of course, as we come to a close on this matter here for our 2023 season for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, we will be back next week for Kart Chaser coverage as we head to Cincinnati for the season finale of the Stars Championship Series. So make sure to tune in on Kart Chaser next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for all the action that we have there to bring you coverage. But for this season, for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, we look forward to seeing you in February as we kick off the season at NOLA Motorsports Park. Caleb, final thoughts?
Yeah, from all of us here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series and at Kart Chaser, we'd like to say thank you to everyone who was a part, to all the racers all year long, to all the teams, to all the sponsors. We'd like to thank you guys so very much. And from all of us at Kart Chaser and here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, we'd like to say thank you and good night.